Good evening, Mayor. It's 6 o'clock. You can begin anytime.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
thank
can.
you.
Yep.
Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Monday, February the 23rd. I'm Councillor Chad Rintoul, chairing this evening. Mayor McNeil Smith is participating virtually, and as such, as noted, I will be chairing the meeting. Councillor Terry O'Keefe is also joining us virtually. Councillor O'Keefe, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'm also joined this evening on my far right by Councillor Duck, followed by Councillor Duncan and Councillor Garnett, along with a number of staff from the town of Sidney. Thank you for joining us this evening. And for ladies and gentlemen in attendance, welcome to the meeting, along with those of you watching online. At this point, I'll respectfully acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Saanich people. And we'll look to the agenda, and I'll just acknowledge a couple of items prior to that. Following circulation of the agenda, we've received 2 items of correspondence. One from Doreen Hunter with respect to agenda item 9A, and one from Mr. Dennis Owasiak with respect to agenda item 13A. So those were submitted, and council are in receipt of those. Thank you. It's also been suggested that we do a slight revision to the order of the agenda, and so I would ask council to consider 2 items. Number 1 would be that the mayor has noted he will put forward a reconsideration motion. I would like to place that as item 8 to go ahead of bylaws, which will become 8A. And also a suggestion that agenda item 9A becomes 7D2 to immediately follow the presentation on that subject matter. So I'll pause there, and I will look for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Duck.
Second.
Councillor Garnett, thank you. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Approval of the minutes of the council meeting of February the 9th. Meeting minutes have been circulated. I'll look for a motion. Councillor Duck.
Second.
Seconded. Councillor Garnett. All those in favor? Thank you. Motion is carried. Public participation. We have opportunity this evening at this council meeting for members of the public to come forward to address council. We have a maximum of 20 minutes set aside for public participation, and we allocate 4 minutes per speaker. We would ask that you please, when you come to the podium, specify your name as well as your municipality of residence. So I will pause there and look to the public to see if there are any members of the public coming forward for public participation. Please, ma'am. Yes, please. Thank you. Please just activate the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Judy Thompson, and I live at 9751 4th Street in Sidney. I'm here today representing the Friends of Sidney Parks Society to speak to agenda item 14A. The Friends of Sidney Parks submitted this proposal after discussion with town staff, as they wanted to seek direction from the town council before proceeding. Town staff also suggested we should incorporate as a society, and we have now completed that process. We have also submitted a grant and aid application, which I understand will be considered at some future date by council. So the Friends of Sidney Parks proposal requests that council support our volunteer organization to remove invasive plant species from Sidney parks, with the goal of increasing biodiversity. The natural areas of our parks are badly overgrown with invasive plants like ivy, Himalayan blackberry, Daphne. These plants spread very rapidly, overtaking native plants and trees. To do this effectively over the long term, we need permission to work in the parks, municipal insurance coverage, and a commitment to have the plant debris removed for suitable composting. Most local municipalities, including the Capital Regional District, are already supporting volunteer groups to remove invasive plant species. For example, our colleagues at the Friends of North Saanich Parks have worked with support from North Saanich for about 9 years now. And I'd like to invite you to look at the work that they've accomplished. Nymph Point Park is a beautiful place at this time of year. Easter lilies should be coming in bloom. That wouldn't have been possible without the work that they have done to remove the ivy, the daphne, the blackberries, and other plants. Many of North Saanich parks are now in maintenance mode. That essentially means that they just have to go in once a year or so to remove bits and pieces that are of regrowth. It's time for Sidney to get serious about the problems caused by invasive plants in our parks. We know that Sidney sees this as an important issue. The town has hired the Victoria Green Team to do a couple of days each year. Unfortunately, this is not cost effective. And to be effective in actually ridding the parks of invasive plants, we need to do a lot more work than 2 days a year. We are offering Sidney residents a local, more effective, less expensive, and ongoing option. We estimate being able to provide 1,000 hours of volunteer work each year, as compared to maybe about 200 hours from the Green Team. Part of our strategy for building a strong organization will be to publicize our events and the progress that we're making. We urge the council to direct staff to work with us to develop a feasible plan to support Friends of Sidney Parks Volunteer Society. And funding from the Grant and Aid program would provide us with much needed funds to purchase the tools, things like pickaxes, shovels, loppers, to do this important work. Thank you for your time. I look forward to working with the town council and the staff on behalf of Sidney residents and parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward. I'll call again for public participation, please.
Hi, my name is Ann Zaraf. I live on Melissa Street. Do you need a house number?
No, thank you.
Okay, cool. So I am I live in Sidney, but I also happen to be chair of the Friends of North Saanich Parks. And so I just want to support this proposal here that economically, this is going to be a boon. We, in FNSP, we have about 4,000 plus hours that we put in last year, and you can imagine how much that might save in terms of man hours, depending what number of money you put to the hour. Environmentally or ecologically speaking, the amount of invasive debris that is removed is phenomenal. It makes a healthier soil, makes for healthier plants, makes for healthier and more resilient wildlife, bird life, everything. You're making a better place in the long run. It takes a few years to show the diversity, to have the visual empirical evidence of diversity, but it comes. It's absolutely exciting when it comes. And socially, I just want to say, by supporting this, you will have created another spoke in your community wheel. You are creating another group of active, interested citizens who are investing themselves in their community. And they're getting good health out of it, and you're getting a good product out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll call a second time for public participation. Please feel free just to queue if you do have something. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Wellbourn, and I live in Sidney. I'm speaking tonight in regards to the BC Transit presentation that's coming up later on the agenda in regards to the airport bus changes. My understanding is that I know you guys have no control over this, but I just want to provide a little bit of a question here to the presenter, and hopefully we can get an answer. So reading over the presentation slides, it gives the impression that the public would like to have the 72 serve the airport. And this is inequitable for peninsula residents that rely on transit service. I would like to hear from the presentation tonight how many of the respondents how many of the survey respondents who were in favor of using the 72 for the airport bus were actually non-transit users, and how will this change impact mode share? By non-transit users, I mean those who say in the survey that they never or rarely took the bus. My concern is, screen's turned off. My concern is that we're sacrificing service for residents that rely on it every day to satisfy the desires of those who might only use it a few times a year to catch a flight at the airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I did notice representatives from BC Transit who are here huddled noting your question, so we can expect a response, I would anticipate. Thank you, sir. Come forward.
My name is Alan Rolls. I live on Henry Avenue. I wanted to speak just very briefly about the zoning amendment application, RZ 100-110. I noticed from the notes that were provided in advance of the meeting that the proponent is coming forward with virtually the same application proposal that they had in September. I want to reemphasize some of the comments that were made at that time. My biggest concern is about the trees. I know the proponent is wishing to remove at least one tree, perhaps more trees, contrary to one of the council's bylaws. I'm very, very afraid that if council agrees to waive that bylaw about the trees, that it will lead the next developer in town to end up arguing that for the financial viability of the project, they need to remove trees. And one thing leads to another, and pretty soon we lose control of the bylaw that obliges us, that the town wants, that the population wants, to conserve trees, especially trees that are 100 years old. Furthermore, there were arguments last time, or comments last time, about the appearance of the building, the size of the building, the massive structure of the building in that particular residential area. And I think, I believe that the proponent can come up with a proposal that saves the trees and improves the appearance of the building in Sidney, because Sidney is a very unique place. We draw loads of tourists because of the way the town is. If we start tinkering with that, it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Younker. You've seen me before. I live on White Birch Road by North Saanich Middle School. I am a transit user, both to the airport and to Victoria for work every day. I've written to BC Transit Commission 3 times. I went to their consultation in Uptown because I was at work during the day when they had their consultation here, which I found very odd for them to have a consultation when the people who use the transit to get back and forth to work were not available to provide input. So that is really concerning to me. I am a regular rider. When I get on the 70 at Government or Douglas and Pandora, I can get to Sidney in 45 minutes, but I have to walk 3 kilometers to get home. When I get on the 72, it's between 75 and 90 minutes for me to get to North Saanich Middle School area. I have commented to BC Transit about the amount of other stuff that's on the bus, and particularly while I read the quote that was in the Peninsula News Review about that seemed the most appropriate route to add the service to, they didn't account for people who go to the ferry with suitcases and take up a seat for luggage, strollers, et cetera, so while there may be 30 people on the bus, if 20 of them have some kind of device, a suitcase, a large backpack, a stroller, whatever the case may be, That isn't factored into this consideration. I asked them, because I wrote them prior to Christmas, to come take the bus home with me a few days so they would know what I experience when I take that bus. I also asked them to come to the airport with me because I have taken that bus to the airport and I know how limited the service is. So what's being proposed is an enormous inconvenience for those of us that live in Sidney, particularly those of us that live closer to North Saanich. So I could not support that in any way, and I know that council in principle is not supportive of changes to the 72. There is a bus, number 81, and because I walk in this town every single day, I see nobody or 2 riders on it coming from the airport. That bus route needs to be looked at for modifications and perhaps enhancing airport service. I think that they haven't done their due diligence in regards of what would be the most convenient. And I can tell you from someone who's recently taken the bus to the airport, because of the limited hours, I had to drive my suitcase over at 5 a.m., get permission from WestJet to drive my car home, and get the 6:10:71 over to by Mary's Blue Man Cafe and walk the 1.7 kilometers to the airport. That is not airport transportation service that's practical or reasonable. When I've had a late night flight out and I need to be there at 3 a.m. and don't want to ask a friend to drive me at 3 a.m., I have taken the 72 bus to the Roost at 11:30 at night and then walked the 1.9 kilometers to the airport. So we don't have the kind of airport service that is necessary for a service or a community of this size, Victoria, North Saanich, Sidney, Langford, whatever. We do not have the proper infrastructure. It's disgraceful because I've lived in many other cities and I've always been a transit user. That being said, a short fix Band-Aid to inconvenience people that live in Sidney, to further crowd that bus with more luggage and other items is not thoughtful or sensible, and it's a short-term Band-Aid. So I would really ask that you encourage them to take another look at this. And I, again, would implore them to come on the bus with me a few days, which is what I asked them for when I originally wrote to them in the fall. And then perhaps when they understand what the reality of the bus transit system is, especially on Thursdays and Fridays coming out here, maybe they would look at some other mechanisms for doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Younker. Sir.
Good evening. My name is David Calveley, and I actually live in Sidney. I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the transit survey and about the presentation coming up, which I don't think you need me to give you a lot of feedback. You're going to get that coming up. I was intrigued with the fact that there were about 6,000 engagement visits to the survey. I read that out of the thing, of which 2,300 or 2,300 people responded on that survey. I have to make the confession that I did not complete the survey. I don't know if I got 3/4 of the way through it, but I just got exhausted. I just couldn't keep going with the depth that was there. So I'm not sure whether, given the fact there was only 225 from Sidney, maybe some of the people of my age group just couldn't manage to hang in there and do it. So is it representative from Sidney? When I look at it, there's a lot of information there that's been gleaned from this survey. And if I compare it with, for example, the survey that was done in Sidney concerning the 30km/h question, that was really well done. Not just because of the analysis that was done afterwards, but the fact that all the raw data was provided. Now, it wouldn't be possible, I don't think, to provide the complete raw data from 2,300 surveys. But when I read in the presentation that we're going to get analysis and filtering, let's not filter too much all right? I think we need to see some real detail there and not just a couple of bullet points when this comes up. Just a suggestion for our BC Transit people. Finally, if I think about it, this idea of the 72, again, I don't want to preach to the choir, add 10 minutes to going downtown. I think the lady before me, who's a regular user, gave an indication of 75 minutes if you're lucky. In the days back in maybe August when I didn't have an e-bike, I can cycle downtown in 75 minutes. I mean, and you're going to add more to it. I do have the luxury of spending a career somewhat involved in transit, including the part of the advisory to implement bus transit service in Panama City and in Mexico City. So I have some background a little. The answer with, quite honestly, getting a bus from the airport to downtown, I'm sure the push for that is coming directly from the airport. And when you think that BC Transit does an excellent job of work, they have revenue in their last financial statements of 477 million and a loss of only 4.2 million. That's really well done, quite honestly, by North American standards. The VAA, on the other hand, has revenue of about only 50 million and an excess of 8.5 million profit, if you like, and cash on hand of $19.3 million. Maybe it's creative. I know that the airport authority would say, well, it's not our job to provide a bus service to downtown. But maybe they could think about that as being part of operations. And maybe the two members, including the vice chair that come from Sidney, could raise that with the board of the VAA. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call a third and final time for public participation. Sorry, Greg, just thank you.
Sorry, if I could
My
just
name's-
interrupt briefly. Sorry, Chair. I think we need to extend public participation.
Thank you.
I'll move
Beg
that.
your pardon, just a formality. We are at 20 minutes, so I have a motion to extend.
Second.
Councillor Duck, Councillor Garnett moved it, seconded by Councillor Duck. All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
1 minute. My name's Greg Goodwin. I live on Rest Haven, long-term resident of Sydney. So I want to add my voice to BC Transit as strongly opposed to the adding of additional time to number 72. It's already known as a milk run, and to add 10 to 15 minutes more, which is a minimum, I would suggest, is making it even a harder time for people in Sydney to get to Victoria and vice versa. I'm a regular rider of 72. I try to take the 71 in the morning and the 71 in the afternoon to avoid 72, but sometimes I'm obligated to take the 72. I did respond to the survey, BC Transit. This seems to be a binary option when there could be many options, a binary choice, I should say, when there could be many options available. What transit may gain in terms of service may be lost in terms of customer numbers as people drop off saying, it's too frustrating to take 72, I'll have to look at some other options. So perhaps looking at number 70 as an express from Victoria, stopping at Royal Oak, and the airport, and then to the ferry, and then reverse. So it's minimal amount of time for people to get to both the airport and the ferry, but it adds an express route to include, and then you leave 72 the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking last time for anyone looking to come forward. Thank you, please.
My name is Sarah Waddington. I used to live at the site where the rezoning proposal is, so I think I'd like to reflect the same sentiment that the previous speaker had about the trees. I'd like to see those trees stay. I was lucky enough to be able to look out my window when I lived on that property at those trees and see all of the life that would flock to those trees. And I guess one of the things that really stuck out was that the waterfront where I guess herons and things would still go down to the marina by Sidney. They don't have anywhere to really come back and roost, so they would come all the way back to 9972 3rd Street, sit in those Monterey cypress trees, and that's just one of the birds that would have sat in those trees, and that's just one of the reasons why I think those trees should stay. There's plenty of reasons why they shouldn't be touched, so I hope you protect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diller.
Hi there, my name is Eric Diller, a resident of Sidney, and I just wanted to add my voice to the BC Transit survey and the 72. I did actually make it through the survey. It was a slog, but I think this is an airport problem. This is not a BC Transit problem, and I would encourage the VAA to step forward and come up with solutions. Currently, BC Transit supplies service on several sides of the airport properties, and I think they're doing a damn good job of that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll have final call, public participation. Seeing no one else coming forward, thank you very much for coming forward this evening, and we appreciate your comments and insight. Interestingly enough, the next item on our agenda is a presentation from BC Transit. I would ask that I've got Jacob Burnley as the presenter, if he would like to come forward, please. And I would just remind you, Mr. Burnley, that you've got 10 minutes for your presentation. And then I will turn to council colleagues to see if they have any questions of you at that time. So over to you, sir.
So thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Jacob Burnley, Transit Planner with BC Transit, here today to provide a bit of an update on our engagement related to the Airport Service Options Project. So today I'm going to be providing a bit of background on the overview for the options that we've been presenting to the public, an overview on the engagement feedback we've heard thus far, summarizing some of those next steps and our reporting to the Commission, and also, of course, to get your feedback as well, and what you're hearing from your constituents. And we've heard from a number of them today with some concerns that very much align with what we've heard throughout the engagement process. So a bit of background and context. So BC Transit presented various medium and long-term service options to decision makers back in the fall of 2024, outlining some improvement opportunities and associated trade-offs for service to the airport. Just given the growing needs of the system and the limited availability of expansion, we have been unable to implement any of the original options that were outlined in 2024 based on a need for additional service expansion hours. So based on this reality and based on sort of the Commission's guidance for us to look at lower cost options, we did come up with a creative shorter term option. However, there were a number of associated risks and trade-offs to which a number of your constituents have spoken to tonight, and of which we've highlighted in our engagement. So with the input and direction, we did go back out to engagement this past month, hosting open house sessions as well as an online survey. And I'll just mention too, just to sort of rewind a little bit, back in October of 2024, we did host some significant public engagement as part of our Victoria Regional Transit Plan, which wasn't specifically peninsula or airport related, but we did hear a strong desire for us to further engage and look at options to service the airport. So in terms of current service to the airport, so we currently have the Route 87 and the Route 88 running sort of on 30-minute frequency on weekdays and hourly on weekends. I will mention that the service here runs from about 6:30 in the morning to about 9 o'clock in the evening on weekdays. And one thing we heard consistently from community representatives, from key stakeholders, and from the public was a concern with the lack of span to the airport. And I'll speak a bit to that later on in the presentation. But I will mention, obviously, that the Route 88 connection, for those going to downtown Victoria or into the core, Saanich, and beyond, it does require the transfer and a connection at the McTavish Exchange. Those connections are largely timed, but was still something that was echoed as a concern through our open house engagement. Yeah, speaking to the short-term service option now, just highlighting a bit of background as to why the 72 was the route that was selected originally, with some review from a scheduling and operational perspective. The route 72 was an option that would be able to be facilitated cost neutrally with no expansion hours required, so would fit the bill of the short-term expansion item. We're not guaranteeing or providing a recommendation for this option today. And as part of the engagement, we wanted to outline every option available to us. So we did canvass the public on both the short-term option via the 72 as well as the longer-term options, which I'll speak to a bit later. This option here essentially would require the Route 88 to be discontinued in its current form. You would see the realignment of the Route 81 to service some of the areas that the Route 88 currently services in and around the West Sydney Industrial Park. And this route would operate at similar service levels, but of course, as a number of speakers today had mentioned, would add additional trip time to and from Victoria and Shorts Bay. Some of those considerations, another consideration I will mention also was the combined travel demand and some of those service impacts to select areas in Sydney. But the combined travel demand is something of note that we highlighted as a risk as well in our public engagement, just based on the fact that we are seeing the Route 72 used as overload service for the ferry. It's at capacity on select peak trips, and then obviously considerations around luggage and space on board. So the medium and long-term options presented, and these are options that would require additional expansion hours, so would be items that would be, if we were to pursue any of these three options, would be something that would be likely to be put forth from 2027 or beyond. The first option is to just extend the Route 88 in its current form, current routing, but just extending the span of service. So earlier trips in the morning, later trips in the evening. This is a lower cost option for those larger options, but would still allow us to better meet shift times at the airport, allow to better connect to departing and arriving flights. Option B is the McTavish to YYJ frequent service. This is kind of like a circulator back and forth through the day. It still would require a transfer at the exchange and would work best with additional service on Highway 17. This is a mid-range cost option, but was brought to the public for comment. And then lastly was option C, which is sort of an airport express style, very high level concept, but a direct connection between downtown Victoria and YYJ, a dedicated service meant for airport travel, express-oriented trips, and this could route either direct between YYJ and downtown Victoria or also potentially via Sidney as well. This is the most expensive and resource-intensive of the options. So with all that in mind, all those options were brought forth to the public over the past couple weeks. We did hold engagement via an online survey. We did hear that the survey was quite extensive. We wanted to just make sure that we covered all of our bases with these options to ensure that the report that we're providing to the Commission was as based and as fulsome as possible and representative of the lived experiences of Route 72 users, of Sydney residents, of residents across the region. So we held two open house events, one here in Sydney and then one at the Uptown Walmart. We saw over 2,300 survey responses and over 6,000 website visits. Of those engagement responses, we heard from over 200 residents in Sydney through the survey, and we also obviously held targeted engagement with the airport itself and some other key stakeholder groups. We were really looking also at things such as data around flight times, shift start and end times at the airport, and some of those travel demand trends to and from the airport. So some of our early engagement findings, and this is really more so based on the open house, and I'll speak a bit to our next steps, but we are still going through a lot of our engagement findings because of just the volume that we received. The first thing I'll mention is that there is a very high level and consistent interest in service to the airport. One thing we heard though consistently across everybody in our public engagement, whether they came to us and identified themselves as existing 72 users or otherwise, was the concern around service span to the airport. That, like I said before, trips early in the morning, unable to make those early flights, unable to facilitate shifts that start before 6:30, and then obviously in the evening as well, with the service to the airport terminating at around 9:30, but you're having flights arrive up until about midnight. We also heard mixed support for the short-term option in our open house, and really echoing a lot of the comments that you heard from representatives and constituents earlier. There were a lot of concerns around the additional travel time. The Route 72 as currently planned is already quite a circuitous and long route, and there were concerns about that additional 10 minutes each direction. as well as a concern around pass-ups and overcrowding on board because of those capacity concerns and the combined travel demand between what would be the airport, Schwartz Bay, and Sidney. So our next steps, obviously we got a lot of feedback, and we got more feedback I think that we were originally anticipating, but really great to see that a lot of transit users came out and spoke with passion and interest to the project. So we are going to be completing a full analysis of the online survey and including a separate engagement report as part of our report to the Commission in March. One of the comments heard earlier was around how many of the respondents in support of the Route 72 option are regular Route 72 riders. That level of data is something we are going to be looking into, as well as some of the specific user groups. So looking at what are the existing Route 72 users saying, what are residents in Sidney and North Saanich saying, and what are people who identify themselves as airport workers or workers in the adjacent industrial area, what they're saying as well. We also want to be looking at this from a flexibility, from an operational and scheduling perspective, but we will be presenting an airport service report to the Commission for direction on March 10th. We want to be really outlining every option available, highlighting the benefits, the risks, the considerations, the public feedback that we've received. If the Commission does decide to proceed with the short-term option, the service implementation would be targeted for September of this year. If the Commission does not approve the short-term option or wants us to pursue a hybrid option or one of the three options that we also presented to the public, we would be looking at 2027 and beyond. So that really concludes my presentation today. Happy to answer questions, open up the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. On behalf of Council, we certainly are appreciative to BC Transit and the opportunity to have you come forward and hear more about this, but also the undertaking that Transit has made for consultation throughout this process. So thank you for that. With that, I will turn to colleagues to see if there are questions for BC Transit. Also, thank you for keeping your presentation slightly under 10 minutes. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you. Now, you've answered that information that I would have been requesting here will be forthcoming. So I'll ask ones you haven't got to. One of the things when I had thought about whether some of the user groups expressing interest to going there were airport workers and people in the surrounding industrial park was I seem to recall, back maybe the first election cycle when we were running and the Chamber of Commerce was speaking to us about things they were looking at. Obviously, affordable housing for workers out here was a big push of theirs, but I seem to recall, though I may be incorrect, that one of the things they'd also been trying to get was transit for their workers who lived elsewhere. Amazon has kind of solved that problem for themselves with a shuttle bus, and that could be something, but I'm wondering, was the Peninsula Chamber of Commerce somebody or a group that was kind of part of the stakeholders in this engagement?
Yeah, I can speak to that just briefly. So through the Mayor to Council. So we did reach out to the Chamber of Commerce. There were a number of other key stakeholders that perhaps Levi could speak to more in depth, but we did send out sort of call outs for invitation for separate engagement in the survey. I'm not sure if there was direct engagement face to face with the Chamber of Commerce, but we did hear quite a bit. I just maybe speak to YYJ in specific because they did provide us with a lot of information, a lot of really valuable information around shift times, around some of the challenges they have with staffing. And I think a lot of those concerns are likely mirrored with the adjacent areas as well. But maybe Levi, you can provide a bit more.
For sure. So through the chair, we sent some targeted emails to key stakeholder groups, and the Chamber was one of those that we sent an email with the link to the survey, information about the open house events, and encouraged them to distribute that to their membership so that we could get as much feedback as we could throughout the process.
Thank you. So when YYJ sent the information they had on their shift times, I'm just wondering, I guess, as I'm sure probably some of the residents are, given their noting of their budget surpluses, is why YYJ isn't one of those businesses that might be running their own shuttle. If Amazon can do it, they must have a workforce of larger size, and I'm just wondering if that's something. Did they explain why they would be wanting to turn to BC Transit, or was that just something they were like, hey, we'll give you this information if you're looking at this, or is it something they're really trying to work with you on?
Yeah, great question. So through the chair, YYJ was identified as a key stakeholder through the process, but as Jacob alluded to, we see there's a broad desire for improved transit service for residents throughout the whole region. We're even hearing it from Sydney residents that they would like to see improved span, improved access to the airport. So we're working on what that option could look like, and we'll be continuing to engage with YYJ as a key stakeholder moving forward once we hear more from the Commission in March.
Okay. Chair, 2 more questions, I promise, only 2. So I guess to follow up from that one, does BC Transit have kind of a ranking system in users? I know people have asked about, you know, aspirational users versus daily users, and people who use the bus system themselves clearly have a strong feeling about who is a user whose desire takes more precedence, someone using it daily for work versus somebody who's using it once or twice a year to tootle about the world because they have enough money not only to fly, but surely to God to take a cab. Now, at what point do we does BC Transit have kind of like because you're a publicly funded service, kind of a ranking of how you best serve the public?
This is a great question. Through the chair to council. The first thing I'll say to this is that in the survey, and I agree with some of the comments made earlier, that it was a very lengthy survey. One of the questions that we did ask was around your existing travel usage to the airport, because we obviously want to also disseminate the data by who's traveling on a daily or weekly basis versus who might be traveling once a year or less, trying to get a sense of the regular users versus the fair weather occasional users. In terms of our ranking process, we try to provide a balanced approach in our reporting, both to the Commission and to key stakeholder groups. But I will say that we are, like I said before, we will be filtering out data specifically on existing Route 72 users, those that identify themselves as using the Route 72 on a once a week basis or greater, and then also similar to the airport, traveling once a week or greater to the airport. So with that, we make, again, there's so much content to go through still, but we are likely, I would assume that we will see some varying perceptions in the service options because of that. Thank you.
And last question, I swear. We just learned today from School District 63 that they're going to be implementing fees for school buses. So for a family with 2 kids, it will be $600 going forward. Sorry, it's $200 per child, so $400, and then up to a third child. It was $400. Sorry, yeah, that was it. It was $400 per child. Yeah. 200 if you have 3. So my coworker with 3 children, if she put them on the bus, which had been the plan and is no longer, she would be paying $1,000 a year to ride the school bus. Naturally, a lot of people are going to be, even more people who'd have wanted their kids on school buses or had them on school buses are going to be switching to transit, which is already a gong show, let me say, just for the middle school in North Saanich. Were you kind of apprised of that before they were going to do that, or is this the first you may be hearing of it too, as you're trying to plan your routes and having to know that school kids is going to be an additional pressure now?
Great question. So through the chair, I can't say for certain if this is the first time we've heard of it, but we did receive some communication very recently about this upcoming policy change. I will say we do connect semi-regularly with the school districts, and so we'll look forward to having those conversations with them about this policy, kind of timeline rollout, and explore opportunities. But this is still relatively new for us as well, so we'll be looking into it. Thank you.
I think just one additional comment I might make to the discussion around the school district is we also work with the school districts around alignment with bell times. So we know that there are some existing gaps across a number of schools with misalignment between trip departure times and dismissal times. And we are working with all the school districts in Greater Victoria to try and align bell times, particularly with the high schools, but across the board, to try and build a more responsive service to the student population. The other thing too is we are seeing increasingly better data on our end from a trip perspective and also on a route segment perspective. So we're able to see on certain trip times where transit volume, where we're seeing ridership volumes. And so when we look at those bell times and those corresponding trips, we do have the data available to us longer term to make better adjustments and be more receptive to the ridership, the student ridership trends. So yeah, we will definitely be monitoring this for sure.
Yes, the bell times. Thank you. That was the rest of that conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan, and to Councillor Duck next, followed by Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. As an active BC Transit rider, I can echo some of the comments that were said today in terms of service from coming from ferry in or coming from town back out, quite often with extra loads, which leave school children at school because the bus is full. In your collection of data, have you solicited any from the now defunct airporter as to passengers moving by bus to the airport?
Through the chair to council. Yeah, we did receive some correspondence from the previous providers of the airport service with some thoughts and feedback. I have not personally gone through that data. Perhaps, Levi, you could speak to that a bit more.
Yeah, so through the chair, we received some of that data. Actually, there was a previous airport report that was conducted back, I believe, pre-2020 that looked at some of the airporter ridership information. Of course, through COVID, things changed significantly. And I think, once again, we're seeing things change since COVID as well. We did a number of ridership demand projections as part of our original November 2024 report to the Commission that had those medium and long-term options. And we included ridership expectations for those service options. So I think as of 2024, we were seeing about 80-ish people taking transit to the airport at that time. That has since increased. I think it's closer to 90 or 100 per day now. And we included estimated ridership increases associated with each of those different service options as well. In general, airport service doesn't generate maybe as much ridership as some other higher capacity corridors within the system, but we also know that it's something that a number of residents within the region are really passionate and interested in seeing improvements too. So yeah, if you would like to learn more, we have more information in that original report, and we could send that over if you're interested.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, how did you come to select the pop-up sort of opportunities for people to put in information in front of Save On Foods and in front of Uptown Walmart? How were those selected?
Yeah, through the chair to council. So I can give a bit of background on the engagement booking process. Perhaps that might be of help. So we did look at our sort of historical engagement that has taken place both in the core of the region in Saanich and Victoria and in Sidney. We had mixed reception to engagement directly at the bus stops. We did look at the bus stops at 5th and Beacon as an option, but there were some spatial considerations to our setup that didn't allow us to make that space work. In terms of the timing of the engagements, it really was a staffing consideration just from our planning team, which is a relatively small number of people, and being able to make those bookings possible. In terms of the Save On Foods, we've had a previous relationship with the Save On Foods, with the property managers there around facilitating engagement, and we found that actually to be very successful. We saw over 100 visitors in the 3 hours that we were there. And then for Uptown Walmart, we were trying to pick a central location, also somewhere along the Route 72 corridor, that we could capture additional riders and additional users. That was kind of the background there.
Okay. Did you consider any signage at the sort of hubs, like at Uptown and certainly in Sidney, to alert people to those locations?
Yeah, through the chair to council. Yes, so we did implement at-stop bus stop signage at a number of locations. I believe there were 25 to 30 locations. Various bus stops along the 72 and key transfer and key exchange locations as well. That signage was put up for the duration of the engagement period.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Burnley, for your presentation and for the other members of Transit for being here answering questions. My recollection is it was also the West Side Industrial Group on top of the chamber that was concerned about shift times and end and start times for their employees way back in 2018, I think it was. We would have had to pay $300 in the middle 2000s for my son, which we didn't do because we couldn't afford. So it was a lot back then, and they lowered it. So just a point of reference. So with regards to the timing that Councillor Duck spoke to, and it's unfortunate, as we had our speaker in the public participation speak to, the timing, and I understand what you're saying, staffing issues, but it is a portion of our population that use it for work that would not be able to contribute. And given the difficulties you've heard from others over the survey, is there other ways you can capture that sort of cohort as the people who actually rely on the service more than people just using it for appointments or whatnot? Because if that's your way to get to and from work, it's pretty critical. So,
Yeah, through the chair to council. Yeah, again, we did look at a bunch of different options. We also had consideration to the critical path timelines for the reporting for the March 10th date. And so based on the window that we had to close the survey and then have all the data disseminated in preparation for the engagement report to be finalized and drafted for the commission, our window from the time we got direction to proceed with the engagement to the time that we're presenting to the commission was quite narrow. In terms of other options for people to engage, we did have information, like I said, the @stop information with links to the survey, but also there was our contact information if people wanted to just provide open-ended comments. And we did receive a number of open-ended comments just via email with some concerns, highlighting some of the risks. And again, a lot of the comments we received through email, as we're going through them thus far, do really echo a lot of what we heard earlier today, and then also what we heard at the open house. So there were a couple of other options. In terms of in-person engagement, unfortunately, those were only 2 options. We did hear from other people on the ground at the open house events that they would have liked to have had additional opportunities to engage, and something we'll take back for consideration for future engagement.
Okay, thank you. Having attended it, I think I was there from 1 to 1:30 when you were there, and the time that I was there, just observing, listening to comments, it seemed like a lot of the yellow dots were opposed to this change. Did that trend change after I left, or was that consistent throughout your whole 3 hours?
For the engagement in Sydney for the open house, there was a lot of opposition to the option. There was a lot of interest, though, consistently across both the Uptown engagement and the Sydney engagement for span of service. So irregardless of the service option that the commission wishes to proceed with, an overarching desire for earlier and later service, regardless of the alignment of what the route would look like, even if it's maintaining service on the Route 88 or an all service that's all new altogether. The span of service was one of the comments on that second engagement board that we had that was really consistent across both engagement sessions.
Thank you. And one last question. In your report here, and I think it was actually on the slide as well, that said that there would be service impacts to select areas of Sydney. Can you speak to what those would be?
Yeah, so through the chair to council. So the first obviously would be that we would be discontinuing the Route 88 in its entirety if we were to be proceeding with direction from the commission with the Route 72 option. So that would mean some changes to service in the West Sydney Industrial Park area. Obviously that would be reintroduced via service on the Route 81 at a lower service level, but there would be a loss of service, a minor loss of service on McTavish just to the west of the exchange. Based on the realignment, there would also be some changes to service levels in sort of the well, I guess you would have a change to service caliber, I guess you could say, across most of the Route 72 alignment after the airport because of that additional 10 minutes each direction. But also obviously some changes to lock side as well. Maybe Levi, you can speak more to specific blocks potentially, but yeah, the main impacts were really related to the reduction in service based on the route switch for West Sydney and then also for McTavish. No? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just, as a person who lives in West Sydney for such a long time, and having used transit to get to Victoria when I first moved out here, and it was not really great back in the late 90s. I do have concerns about any kind of loss in service to accommodate airport users from downtown Victoria. Peninsula, we're trying to get people to use bus service. We're bringing in a rapid hub potentially, and I think anytime we're reducing service for our community at the expense for somebody else to gain service, I think that's a problem. And I think we've heard that, and I heard that over and over at the open house, and I've heard it from many members of the public. So just something to consider when you go back to make these decisions, that I don't think it's ever really a good thing to add a service but take away a service, to try and find a way, if you're going to add a service, just when I look back at my property taxes, on this particular regional transit levy, a 244% increase in 5-6 years, I think it justifies that we need to have a better service on the peninsula as opposed to taking away. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I'll turn next to Councillor Keith.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'll start off just with a question about the routes 88 and 81 that were implemented. Were those as a result of the Saanich Peninsula Transit Plan that there had been consultation on? Is that how those come about?
So through the chair, can I just get a clarification? Are you talking about the 88 and 81 changes associated with the 72 short-term proposal?
No. I'm talking about how they got implemented in the first place. I guess what my recollection is that there was a fair amount of engagement and consultation that went into preparing a Saanich Peninsula Transit Plan for the next, that was, I think, a few years ago. And one of the things was we needed to improve service to the airport and also to the west side industrial areas. And so it seemed to me that that's what had been done. And so now I'm a bit surprised that if that was part of the plan and we knew that these were needs, I kind of feel like Sidney and this end of the peninsula is having the sort of rug pulled out from under them to say, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore, that this is something that is just kind of popped up out of the blue that we're going to do this now. So I'm trying to understand better why this is popped up so suddenly rather than it being part of a longer range plan and more consistent with what the peninsula plan was.
Great question. So through the chair, one of the, as you indicated, Councillor O'Keefe, some of those key findings to the Peninsula Local Area Plan was improving service to the airport, but also to West Sydney, which is why we did actually expand service to West Sydney this January with some added service frequency to the industrial area. I will say that these proposed changes came about because the Commission had asked us to look at some creative short-term opportunities to improve one-seat ride from the core to YYJ in the shorter term in a lower cost manner. And we didn't have a lot of options to accommodate that. And we do recognize, in fact, in the report, we recognize that one of the trade-offs with this option is that we would be repealing some of those service investments that we recently made to the 88 to West Sydney. And so that's one of the really critical components why we were recommending we need to go to public engagement. We need to hear from as many people as possible. We need to hear from Sidney. We need to hear from others to make sure we're bringing back the full story to the Commission. And so I think what we're hearing in this room tonight, what we've been hearing through the public engagement process is really critical. And we're going to be making sure that the full story is being presented to the Commission so they understand, regardless of whatever decision they make, that they know the full impacts. And we're not going to be leaving anything out. We're going to make everything very clear. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you for that. Because, yeah, I guess one of the comments that I would make to the Commission, and maybe I will in my own letter, but yeah, it's just speaks to a lack of planning, I think, to say, here we had a plan. Now we're not going to do this, we're going to do something else. So it sort of throws into question the whole validity of what they're doing. And I know that you're here just to gather info. And I think a lot of the important things have been covered. For me, just feedback to the Commission would be in terms of the consultative process. I recognize that you had deadlines and you've got parameters that you have to work within, but I would say that the consultative process was not as good as it could have been. We've heard from residents that the survey was cumbersome. The fact that there was 6,000 hits on the website, but less than half of them completed the survey, and then less than 10% of those were from Sidney. I think that should be highlighted. Also, the issue, as we've heard, about no way to capture the feedback of the commuters. And while I understand that, you know, you guys have 9-to-5 jobs, I think if we're going to get accurate information from the people who are using the service, you know, I would be telling BC Transit, you need to make a provision so that we can have accurate information. I hope that when you go back to BC Transit, there'll be something more than we had mixed reviews, because I would say the reviews that I'm hearing from Sidney and this part of the peninsula is pretty consistent in that nobody thinks that this is a good idea. And I would suggest to those members of the commission who think that this is something that needs to be done, airport service, and they need to find money to do that, look at some other routes in Victoria or the West Shore or Saanich and shave some of their service levels in order to accommodate a service, but leave the Saanich Peninsula alone. I think that's it for my rant, but thanks for the opportunity.
You said it, not me, Councillor O'Keefe. Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. I'm going to turn next to Mayor McNeil-Smith, and his remarks will be the concluding remarks before we move forward with the agenda, I hope. Mayor McNeil-Smith. Sorry, you're muted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm still seeing the presentation. I'm not sure. Am I showing visually or?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you. We'll close the presentation.
No, thank you. And thank you. I'll echo your earlier remarks, Chair. That thank you to BC Transit for attending this evening, making the presentation, and taking our feedback. Thank you especially to all of the speakers tonight during public participation, and the many people who have reached out to all members of council in recent weeks on this, and to everyone who participated in the public engagement with some of the limitations that there were. Very good points made by colleagues this afternoon or this evening. I would like to make a motion arising, Chair, if I have a seconder, I would like to motivate. And that is that the Mayor write a letter to the Victoria Regional Transit Commission regarding Sydney Council's opposition to proposed reductions in Sydney transit service for proposed direct service to the Victoria International Airport.
Second.
Thank you. We have a seconder in Councillor Duck. If you would like to continue motivating, Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you. And colleagues on council are aware, and members of the public, that I've spoken publicly on this and in the council chamber and in the media, covered many of the points, all of those points made again this evening by members of the public and council members. Those public remarks were copied to staff at Victoria Transit and acknowledged receipt. And it was sent to all 7 elected representatives of the Transit Commission as well. So this letter would capture all of those concerns and would go to the Transit Commission and would be on. I've had confirmation from BC Transit; it would be on their agenda, and I will attend the meeting as well. And so again, thank you to BC Transit for being here this evening, and I look forward to continuing to represent our community on this.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. I'll turn now to the seconder.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can echo those comments, and certainly my colleagues have put enough information on the table here that I too would be amazed if there's any support for changing the 72 in any way or form other than speeding it up. And I think that's the intent of most of the comments here, and certainly a service to the airport is important, and we recognize that both for the industrial workers there and for the people that travel to and into and out of Victoria. But I think that's secondary to the service of the entire peninsula, which the 72 is the primary provider for. Yes, there's the 70 and the 71, but they're express or peak service only. And what we need is service as we're challenged getting to and from Victoria for work and workers coming here. And so I think it's important that we go back to the drawing board per se and say find an option that doesn't impact or actually improves the 72 and looks for other options as to how we service the airport. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sensing consensus here, but I'll just see if there's any further discussion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you very much to BC Transit for coming forward. I can concur with my colleagues that there's a great deal of concern in this community, not just from users, but the community at large, and I hope that can be transmitted to the Commission. And as Mayor McNeil-Smith has indicated, a letter will be forthcoming from Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next item on our agenda is a presentation with respect to zoning amendment application number RZ100110, development permit application number DP100851, and development variance permit application number DB100369. That's at 9972 3rd Street. We have presenting this evening Mr. Eric Delorme on behalf of High Street Ventures. Mr. Delorme, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and I will turn to you.
Oh, good evening, Your Worship, members of council. It's good to be back here. For the record, my name is Eric Delorme, Development Manager with High Street Ventures. And we are here this evening in direct, oh, thank you so much. Yes, I do need that. We're here in direct response to Council's September 8th, 2025 resolution regarding our proposed fully electric, net zero energy ready 75 unit 4-story purpose-built rental project at 9972 3rd Street. So as outlined in the staff report, there are two main decisions that council will ultimately be making. The first one being rezoning the full property back to RM7, and the second one being ultimately development permit approval. And as part of the September 8th council resolution, council directed us to consider revising the site layout to relocate driveways to minimize impacts on protected trees in their root zones, provide local traffic impact study assessing 3rd and 4th Street, and finally return to council. So this evening I will be walking through how we've addressed each of those items in a transparent way with a specific focus on site planning. So before speaking to the technical aspects of design iterations, I wanted to briefly restate our guiding principles. So from the outset, the project has been designed to be compliant with the surrounding neighborhood context, as well as community focused, and a step 4 net zero energy ready project. And those design priorities still remain unchanged. However, as noted in the staff report, the site does present a very real design tension between meeting the town's minimum parking requirements, as well as complying with the tree preservation bylaw and protecting critical root zones. So our design process since September has focused on navigating that tension responsibly. And we went back through our site design iterations from early due diligence after the committee of the whole meeting and realized that we never properly communicated how we arrived at the current site design. And this, in my mind, is a pretty big missing piece of the puzzle. So when we first tied up the land in 2022, this was the original concept. So we were proposing 100% underground parking with an underground parking structure, a parkade, extending from property line to property line. And in theory, this worked really well. We met the parking requirements in the bylaw, so 1 parking stall per dwelling unit. However, with the extension to the property lines, you can see some very real challenges here. Namely the complete removal or 100% removal of all of the trees on site. So very early on, we knew that this was not going to be a supportable or a strong proposal. There's also an interesting note here that is going to become a recurring theme. Due to the construction flood level elevation set at 5 meters above sea level, the ceiling of the underground parking structure would be set above the surrounding grade. So in a sense, this would be a suspended slab or a pedestal or a podium, not taking any natural landscaping or preventing us from planting any significant size trees, plantings. It would be a very urban environment. And in our wanting to maintain context with the surrounding neighborhood, again, we knew that this wasn't going to be the desirable proposal. So we quickly abandoned it. The next step was then, okay, how do we provide buffer around some of these features? And at this time, we were getting more and more aware with the sensitivity of the Monterey cypress trees along 4th Street. And so the conversation then went to, okay, if we provide buffer around these trees, what could be done with this parking counts, with this overall site plan? And so in condensing this underground parking structure, we realized very quickly 2 things. Number one, the efficiency within the parkade itself was completely lost. So this had a very steep ramp that you can kind of see by stall 75 there. There was no functional use. The steepness of the ramp or the slope of the ramp would not allow access or functional use of this parkade. And so by constraining or squeezing or condensing this underground parking structure, we lost functional use of it. And as we got further and further into the design nuts and bolts or granularities, it was understood that the depth of the excavation required in order to accommodate this, even with a reasonable buffer, would still have jeopardized all three of those Monterey cypress trees. So in knowing that, the next step very naturally was what can be accommodated now if we just took the underground parking and had it directly underneath the footprint of the building? What would that look like? And so in this iteration, we still had the proposed ramp access off of 4th Street. We were playing around with the articulation of the building to provide more buffer around the critical root areas of the Monterey cypress trees. And in doing this exercise, the next step was, okay, let's understand what this ramp section would actually look like. From this point, we realized a very critical piece of information is that having the access off 4th Street was us providing the access to the underground parking structure at the natural high point of the site. And so by doing that and setting the ramp at the maximum slope that we could achieve, we were still, in order to keep head height or enough room for a vehicle to enter that parkade, we were still losing dwelling units. So obviously the next natural progression was understanding, okay, what is the density that we need on this site? What is the density that will allow us to provide an end product to the town of Sidney that will be at market rent, that will be considered an affordable market rent product? And in all of that analysis, we came up with 75 units. So in 75 units, in designing floor plates, we realized that any loss of those dwelling units due to ramp access into an underground parking just was no longer a design priority. It had too many constraints. When there was an opportunity to, instead of access the parkade off 4th Street, just look to the natural low point of the site, which is 3rd Street. And specifically, it's the southeast corner on 3rd Street. So as we go through these iterations, now we're looking at something that's becoming more familiar to what our current site evolution has evolved into, where we have a footprint of the building located specifically to be as far away from those Monterey cypress trees as possible, and where we are taking advantage of the natural low point of the site for access into the underground parking structure. So in this option, we were still proposing 100% parking below grade with no surface parking, but we hadn't yet fully designed out what that meant in terms of numbers of stalls that we could provide in the underground parking area. And so that was the next step. So we underwent detailed design of the parkade structure, and in doing that found out that we could achieve 56 stalls. Well, if we know we need to provide 75 dwelling units in order for us to be able to provide a product that would be at market rental rates and only had 56 stalls, that deviation or difference from the bylaw to what we were able to provide wasn't something that we felt comfortable with. That wasn't a variance that we wanted to support, especially with the sensitivities around parking. And so we then looked to, okay, if we have 56 parking stalls underground, we need 19. So how can we find 19 stalls and still maintain a building footprint that provided the most buffer away from the Monterey cypress trees? And that's how we got to our first, I call it, this is the iteration that was submitted as part of our development permit application and rezoning application, which proposed the parkade or the underground parking ramp at the natural low point of the site. We found more than 19 surface stalls, which was great as an early iteration. More parking is always beneficial. But there were still challenges with this. So this site plan was then circulated around town staff and came back with a bunch of comments. Namely, the comments were investigate relocating the site access point away from the Monterey cypress trees, as well as remove the permanent structures out of the critical root areas, and being the waste collection area on this slide. And so with some reorganizing of surface stalls, we were able to successfully shift the waste collection area outside of the critical root areas. We were able to delete one of the other parking stalls that was directly within conflict of that critical root area. It's not completely outside of the critical root area, which then led us to commit to every hardscape that is now in this critical root area to be permeable. And this is just the right thing to do. So now we have a concept that meets the parking bylaw. It removed all of, or relocated all the permanent structures out of the critical root zone areas. However, it did still propose the removal of one of the Monterey cypress trees. We did look at snaking in an access north of the, I'll call it the northernmost Monterey cypress tree as well. And in every case, that not only deleted dwelling units, but it also unfortunately deleted parking stalls. So we had a product that was no longer 75 dwelling units, and we had a product that was no longer compliant with the parking bylaw. Now, the current site plan, as we see it here, does represent a compromise between competing priorities. So again, just to reiterate, fully complying with the tree preservation bylaw, as well as providing housing in Sidney, knowing that we need the 75 dwelling units. Anticipating the design or the continued design tension, we wanted to make sure that we were still doing the right thing. So we retained 2 professional arborists, so South Shore Forest Consultants and Diamond Head Consulting at this point, to provide a tree risk assessment and mitigation strategy, providing that driveway construction method to improve survivability of the 2 remaining adjacent Monterey cypress trees. Now, it's important to note that our proposal for the driveway connection between the 2 remaining cypress trees as a viable option to protect 2 of the 3 trees is a result of unbiased professional opinion. It's not just me as the developer standing up here saying that we can do it. And then we met on site all together as a team with town staff and the town arborist to review the proposal prepared by our arborist team. And following that discussion, we left with an understanding that our proposed solution, again being the removal of the middle Monterey cypress tree, was considered a supportable response to the design challenge.
Mr. Delorme will ask you to start concluding your presentation, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So we'll go through these. These are just the iterations that, as directed by council, we went through and just went through every option that we could think of. We recognize this isn't an easy, nor is it a simple decision. Change in established neighborhoods is always brings question about traffic, scale, and character. And those concerns are real and they deserve consideration. We share council's responsibility to ensure that any development in Sidney strengthens Sidney. And at the same time, this decision should be viewed through a long-term lens. So this proposal does deliver 75 purpose-built rental homes in a 100% electric, Step Code 4 net zero energy ready building, housing that supports local workers, families, and right-sizers, all while advancing Sidney's climate objectives, and these are long-term community assets. If short-term disruption outweighs long-term housing need and sustainability goals, we risk missing opportunities that are increasingly difficult to deliver in today's economic environment. And we're not asking council to overlook public or community input. Rather, we believe the appropriate next step is to refer the application to the Advisory Planning Committee for further technical review and dialogue. And again, I know we all know this, referral doesn't predetermine approval. It simply allows the conversation to continue in a structured and transparent way. And so for those reasons, we respectfully recommend that council proceed with option B, as presented in the staff report, to move this application forward to the APC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Delorme, and if you don't mind, I'll just turn to council and see if there are any questions of yourself. If I could just ask Mr. Edwards if we want to return the mayor and Councillor O'Keefe to the screen. While we're waiting for that, I'll turn to my colleagues to see if there are any questions. We'll start with Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming forward again. As you know, this project gets a lot of attention from the neighborhood. And thank you for doing what we asked, was to go through iterations and see if you could change that site plan. And I know a question that probably a lot of people from the public are going to be having as they go through it, because they don't have the technical expertise. None of us can, and I can't evaluate it because I've never designed a building and I don't understand what technically is involved. And they're going to look at it and say, I don't understand why they didn't just make it a nice rectangle and then it would fit more nicely on the site, and then put parking around the outside. Like, other people are going to strongly believe that you could have designed it differently based upon, because they don't know the limitations. So is the reason the building is often an L shape, and when you did kind of go towards rectangular forms, they had to be broken up, because it has something to do with maximizing the number of units on like a perimeter of a shape, or just trying to make sure that every unit has good window openings, or like what constrains that to be kind of the most frequent thing that comes up is having that L shape that looks like it can leave sometimes big areas that otherwise don't need to be there.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, thank you so much. And through to Mayor to Councillor Duncan. Do you mind if I show can I bring that back up?
Please.
While that's going, I can explain it in a way that the site, so the building geometry is in step with the site geometry, if that makes sense. We know we need to provide 75 units through a simple form. And I say a simple form not because complex forms are more beautiful or more extravagant and it's what the city wants, but they're higher performing, they're faster to construct, they're more economic, and yes, they do make the best use of optimizing the space. So we take essentially the two longest sides of the site geometry, and we make use of those sides. So being the north property line as well as the east property line, those are the two longest frontages, you could say. And we're focusing on that in order to meet our 75 unit count.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is kind of an into the weeds kind of a question, but you've heard that most of the comments, I guess, well, half of the comments are about the trees. And so people are going to be looking at the success of the mitigation measures. And we've looked at the mitigation plans, and they're definitely, I think, the most detailed we've ever seen. But one of the problems we've had in Sydney is having a building be constructed, have kind of an ambitious mitigation plan that may or may not have been followed, but then the trees died anyway. And if that happened on your site, people will notice. So I would like to make sure that the mitigation plan is both really tight, but also that the steps that will be in place to ensure that it actually happens are there for the people who will actually be driving the equipment or doing the work. That there can't end up being like the consultant wrote this, but the contractor didn't have the capacity to do this plan. They've never implemented a mitigation plan like this before. And so one thing that caught my eye was that part of the way the roots would be protected was to do 3 to 5 centimeter sweeps when they were doing the excavation. And I thought that's a very shallow sweep. Is this something that you have worked with other companies that have brought in like a very small D10 with a shallow blade? Or is this something that people are doing by hand just in the root areas under supervision of an arborist to make sure that that is actually done that way?
Through the mayor to council, again, great question. I can speak to, are we going to do what we say we do? Yes, absolutely. And it actually presented in the staff report is an option to continue the conversation, whether it's through bonding to ensure that the trees survive, or whether it's through increasing the replanting requirements on the site, or whether it's through cash in lieu, or there are options to truly incentivize making sure that attention to detail is maintained. But I think High Street as a developer, I mean, our reputation should speak for ourselves. We're a developer who does what they say they're going to do. We know this is an incredibly sensitive issue. We're taking it incredibly seriously. In terms of the steps taken in due diligence, we've not only hired one professional arborist team, we backed that up with a professional opinion, and then we met with the town's arborists on site to see it and look at it in person, to go through the mitigation requirements. And I understand that there's still questions around that. And if we're looking for a more technical response, we have both of our arborist teams on the call today who can speak to the technicalities of what this mitigation strategy actually means, beyond what I can. I'm no expert, but I need to rely on the professional opinions of our project teams. But I can with certainty say that we are somebody who follows through with what we say we're going to do.
With the chair's indulgence, then, may I ask the follow-up of the arborist?
Absolutely, yeah. So for this specific question, constructability, I'd recommend that Max Rathburn with Diamond Head Consulting take that one.
So, Mr. Rathburn, if you can hear us, if you can briefly address the question, thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Max Rathburn, Diamond Head Consulting. Yeah, so as far as mitigation techniques for this driveway, the basic technique of this driveway is to float the driveway over the root zone of the trees. So we'll be removing the tree in the middle. So there's 3 trees, we'll be removing the trees in the middle, and then we'll be taking that existing stump and we'll be grinding it below surface, but not removing it. And then when we build the driveway, we're using a gravel and some geogrid fabric to basically suspend the gravel over top of the root zone. And so we're not excavating like conventional construction. So we're never actually going into the root system. This will raft over top of the root system. It's something I've done many times. I've done it for SkyTrain projects. I've done it in Saanich Park. I did it for the Causeway expansion, for the Lionsgate Bridge. So it's something that's a proven technique that we've used on projects all over the Lower Mainland in Vancouver and other areas as well. So it's a proven project. In addition to that, we'll be adding some fertilization techniques into the landscaping, so we're ensuring that we're actually enhancing the root zones of those existing trees as well. So it's a very comprehensive plan to make sure that we don't harm the 2 remaining Monterey cypress trees.
Thank you. My apologies that I believe I'm making you accountable here. If it was Tomahawk's mitigation plan, I believe that I'm referencing the one where they had the 3 to 5 centimeter lifts that they were doing of the soil during the excavation period. So maybe you can't address it. And I believe it was for the cherry trees that border the site. To make sure,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. During the construction, that the tree mats there or the root balls there would be not cut. And so I don't know. It sounds like you've done similar work, so maybe you can say. But I'm hoping High Street then might have, or you or Tomahawk will have preferred contractors who actually know how to undertake a mitigation plan. And these precise mitigation steps are not something that they will be like, I can't actually do that with the equipment our company owns or something. They'll be able to say, as you did, that I've done this with other projects before. A 3 to 5 centimeter soil lift is no problem. We can come prepared for that, and hopefully you have those contractors available.
Would you like to hear from Michael Butcher?
Yeah, if
Mr. Butcher, can you hear us? Not seeing Mr. Butcher at this time.
I think he got
so
dropped.
We may circle back if he reappears. Can I have...
I could jump in there for 1 second and try my best, just to say that, as one of the project arborists, we're definitely always going to lend our expertise to the project. And if that means, meeting with the contractors or helping them, hire the appropriate contractor and making sure they do what they say they're going to do, that's something that we do a lot at Diamond Head. We actually have a division that does nothing but supervised construction all the time, so that when we do that on Vancouver Island, we do that, you know, everywhere. So that's definitely something that we can help with as well. So I would just bring that up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I have Councillor Garnett next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. DeLorme, for your presentation. Thank you for the traffic impact study and for all the iterations you provided. I think it's important for council as well as the community to see how you arrived at what you arrived at. I have a question around site plan iteration number 7. When I look at what you provided, no surface parking, loss of parking stalls, parking variance required, and a parking ratio becomes cost prohibitive at 75 underground parking spots. So how many parking stalls would be not cost prohibitive?
It's less about cost. Well, maybe I'll just touch on this whole cost piece. When we talk about cost and what becomes cost prohibitive, it's not that we can't do it. It just becomes reflected on the rents of the end user. And so it's a conversation. It's hard to answer because it becomes how much is too much, especially in today's market. And having a project that becomes almost too, like it's no longer market affordable and no longer market desirable. And that's what we're trying to balance. And so ideally we have 1 stall per dwelling unit, as well as the 75 units. Now, when I say 1 per dwelling unit, that for us, for High Street, is already incredibly low. Typically, we average 1.5 stalls or parking stalls per dwelling unit in order to provide the community members reasonable options for parking. And as much as we like to believe that we don't have reliance on vehicles, unfortunately, that's not always true. And that's something that we're working our best on, just balancing. And so going below 1 stall per dwelling unit is already very uncomfortable, regardless of it being.
So in your, the option that you're bringing forward, you have 56 underground parking stalls and 19 surface parking stalls. So I'm assuming, this is where I'm kind of getting to, that the 56 spaces is what you're comfortable putting underneath the building.
Yes. So,
and you've spoken to the parking variance, and clearly that would be 19. What I'm trying to get at is there the ability to build a little more than 56, ask for a variance? And why I'm asking this question is, parking variances are not something our community is very comfortable with. They don't like it for various reasons, which are well-founded. But we have a unique circumstance here. And I get your hesitancy, and the community may not be on side with it, but I would have liked to have seen an iteration that allows for what you can put parking, so it's not cost prohibitive, as you've said in your report, and allows for a potential parking variance if you can provide the other things on the site that the community wanted to see happen. There may be more acceptability for it if you're providing what the feedback that we as a council and the community provided originally. It is not, I mean, you provided information as to why you got them, but it's not reflective of what you heard in the sense that nothing has changed. So that would have been something, I mean, is that not something that you could have come forward with as like one of your iterations? This is something we would request this many parking variances. It would allow us a greater possibility to retain the Monterey trees, the cherry trees, and have the parking on on 4th Street, because that's really based on going around that neighborhood so many times. 4th Street is where that parking entry and exit should be. I agree with the comments that people have made prior. Wider street, less traffic volume, much more on-street parking availability, safer for coming in and out of the building. So is that something that you could have done or just chose not to, or it was out of the parameters of what you were thinking of providing?
No, yeah, thank you so much. Great question. And through the mayor to council again, there may be a misunderstanding of, we can't just we can't just go a little bit outside of the building footprint, because you have the width of a drive aisle, you have the depth of a stall, and then you have the width of the foundation. And so at that point, you're already impeding into essentially property line. This is a very tight infill site, and so we can't do a little to get one or two more stalls. And if we're going a little and doing that, then the cost then, it gets returned on the end user. It's much, much, much more expensive to extend a building footprint outside. It also, knowing that the extension of that parkade is not, or is no longer just a few meters beyond the building footprint, it's several meters, and knowing that we're constrained by the construction floodplain elevation, now we have a suspended pedestal that it becomes a very urban environment. And so to stay in tune with the aesthetic of the community context, that's not something that we wanted to bring forward. We don't think it's in the best interest of the project, incurring the expense in that way. And we wanted to also, we think that having surface parking here with the oversight and with the recommendations from these professionals as a realistic solution to this very, very difficult design challenge as the best solution, which is why we've kept coming back to it. It's not that we haven't dismissed it, or it's not that we haven't chosen to not provide something. We just have gone for a number of years now of site planning on this site, 2022 until now, of undergoing and uncovering and diving deeper into the challenges that are specific and what will work within the community context itself, understanding the sensitivities of the community. And the compromise then is the one middle Monterey cypress tree, which is why we've paid so much attention to detail in engaging the professionals who have done this work before, who then have come forward saying it's a realistic and very achievable solution. That compromise, when everything is then understood, we have 75 dwelling units, which is great, like purpose-built rental in Sydney in this location. That's gentle density in the right location, right? And so when it's all said and done, it's still the preferred option.
If I may, so I guess my bottom line question is, you're already proposing 56 parking stalls on what you're showing us now. Could you build this iteration with 56 parking stalls?
I mean, to answer your question, yes, we could. That then turns to the interest of the community because it would still be 75 units parking in 56 stalls, understanding the sensitivities of 3rd and 4th Street.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I'll turn next to Councillor Duck.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Dolan, for your presentation tonight. You mentioned in one of your passing comments about having a snake on the existing driveway to ground the cypress. Can you tell me a bit more about that, how you explored that?
I thought that would pique the attention. I'll just use this, knowing, actually, you know what, I'll go to our site plan here. What was meant by that is, instead of having the driveway access through with the removal of the one Monterey cypress tree, to have the access come further north, knowingly conflicting with the corner unit. So we would lose a stack of 4 units. And then as it comes in and enters the site, because it can't just enter in the alignment of the drive aisle, it would enter in the alignment of stalls 1, 2, and 3 before it becomes aligned with the drive aisle. Instead of having 19 parking stalls on site, we would have 16. And so for that reason, and it's more the reason of the loss of the dwelling units than the loss of the parking stalls. Again, just a general context, when we're talking about loss of dwelling units, we're talking cost per door. And so with fewer units, the cost per door goes up. And so to keep this at market rate, We don't want this to be an unaffordable product at the end of the day.
Thank you. So was there any consideration given to losing one unit on the bottom and driving under the other units are stacked above it? So you'd still have that snaking in. You would obviously take one parking spot away because you're losing one unit. So it's one unit versus a stack of 3 or 4 you're talking about. And that way still maintaining the cypresses and the existing driveway.
Yeah, another great question through the mayor to council. The cantilevering detail of that, especially in a wood frame structure, is very complicated and also incurs cost. So it's not as easy as just deleting one unit and unfortunately solving the problem. It's a really great idea, and we did investigate it, but for those reasons, we avoided it altogether.
Okay. What about a different design? You've traditionally bought an L-shaped design. Is there anything, I think of sort of a sideways W, where more of the massing is on the center of the building, and you would put your larger units, for example, in the center of that complex rather than the ends as you've done now. Is there any consideration for that?
So when it comes to building form, and when it comes to being net zero energy ready, the form needs to, so any articulation in a building's geometry will increase the amount of thermal loss of that building's envelope. It's getting very technical. We've got the architects here, I'm sure can speak better to this, but it no longer becomes a high-performing building. And so when we're trying to advance Sydney's climate goals, when we're trying to stay in tune with who we are as a builder, and we only build net zero energy ready homes, that type of building form is not something that we would support, just due to the challenges that would need to be overcome, which then would incur, again, additional cost. Anytime we have a very complex building form as well, you have now increased surface area of the building, which is now more envelope that needs to be insulated. It's more cladding, it's more materials. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as just coming up with a complicated building form.
Thank you. Just a curiosity, because
Yeah.
Have you given any further consideration to parking in lieu? Given this is a purpose-built rental building and you're 2 blocks from a transit stop, is there any consideration for car share or for taking parking in lieu to reduce some of the parking requirements and maybe open up that space and save a tree?
Yeah. Great question. Again, our whole intent here is driven by our experience. We own and operate 50% of our portfolio. Our communities team are very, very knowledgeable on the needs of units, whether it's on a transportation supported corridor or not, which again is why we're so hesitant, because we know that even in these environments, individuals or community members still rely on their own vehicles.
Okay, so no consideration for parking in lieu. Is that your answer?
We would consider it. However, we are a true believer that as a compromise and as to satisfy or check the most boxes in terms of what we're hearing in terms of the need for housing and the need for parking, and we still believe that the removal of one tree outweighs that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. I'm next turning to Councillor O'Keefe. We've heard both Councillor Garnett and Councillor Duck speak about parking variances. I think you've answered that a couple of times, and I'm now turning to Councillor O'Keefe.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Just in response to the comments about the parking in lieu, I actually appreciate your comments on sticking with the parking requirements. And I recognize that it might be an easy solution to just axe a bunch of parking spaces, but I think, as you kind of inferred, as I understand it, that would decrease the marketability of those spaces, I think is what you're trying to say. And I think we've seen examples in downtown Sydney where units that don't have parking, it's hard to sell them. Those were condos, mind you. And we've also got issues with parking on the street. And if we encourage more people to park on the street, that's also not good for pedestrians. So, so thanks for that. What I was wondering, and people will ask me, is, so when you bought this property, you knew there was 3 big trees there. You knew there was cherry trees on the side. You knew what the rules were for our tree bylaw. Our FCL levels were out there. So I would have thought you would have knew there were these challenges and staff would have advised of that. So why did you go forward anyways, like, just despite all that? Were you just hopeful that council would, approve bringing down a tree?
It's a great question, and through the mayor to council, when we purchased the land, we purchased it knowing that there was already an approved development permit on this with the removal of all 3 Monterey cypress trees. At that time as well, the previous tree bylaw was in effect, and so we did proper due diligence and felt that with a previously approved site plan and a development that unfortunately didn't move forward, but with that approved development, with or proposing the removal of all of those cypress trees, we did not see that as a risk.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So, and in the tree mitigation measures that you've outlined, I guess my concern is, there's a lot of things that are being proposed, and I'm concerned about the amount of time our town arborists would have to kind of be on top of that and making sure something doesn't go wrong. And you talked about providing a bond for performance, or, in regards to the trees. What a bond would you propose in such a case?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. It would be something that we would continue the dialogue with staff on. We don't have a number. We just know that there are ways that we can ensure the survival of this tree, or incentivize the survival of this tree. Again, like, it comes back to just who we are. I don't want to say that, the bond is the only way that will incentivize the survival of this tree. We will do absolutely everything in our power, working with the town's arborist, with our professional consultants, our construction teams, to make sure that these trees, ensure the survivability of these trees. In terms of the timing of the actual works that will be surrounding this, I don't know, Max, if you can speak to the anticipated timing and duration of the town's arborist oversight.
I'm not really sure what you're asking me. What about timing? I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me. Sorry, Eric.
No, that's okay. I'll clarify. In terms of this proposed exercise, that being the removal of the middle Monterey cypress tree, what is the timeline that exercise would happen within?
Oh, the tree would probably be removed within a day, and then the preparation and of the area and the building of the driveway would probably be done within a day or so. It doesn't take very long, because you're just adding materials. You're not, digging down conventionally, trucking away material. You're bringing in material. You're laying down some geotextile grid on the surface, and then building up from there. So the actual building of the driveway would not take very long at all, maybe a day.
Councillor O'Keefe, did that answer your question in terms of timing? The rest of the building construction, like, we would have tree protection, fencing, and no-go zones, and everything else standing for the whole duration of the construction project. But in terms of oversight of the town's arborist, that's again something that we would have to connect with staff on to understand that scope.
Right. Okay, that's fine. That's all for me, thank you.
Thanks. There's one other thing I wanted to add, just as we talk about our reluctance to sacrifice or remove parking stalls to incur parking variance. Again, just some insight into how I'm thinking, how we're thinking. Like this is definitely a challenge. There's no doubt about it. There's definitely a challenge. We're taking a lens of doing our best to not make long-term decisions based on the short-term challenges, knowing that this project here is so in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, when we're looking at this as a built-out project, what form do we want? Do we want to have the appropriate number of parking stalls on site? Do we want to, when you drive by and notice parking on the streets, is that, I just really want to make sure that we're not making decisions based on these short-term challenges. That's just my one.
Thank you. Next I have Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Delorme, to your associates for your presentation and taking questions. My first question is on the slide that is up on the screen at the moment, following Councillor Duck's questions, and that is appreciating that this is not Lego that we're dealing with. But if you take all of the units at the what I'll call the bottom part of the L on the southeast corner, and if you were to slide those to the left as far as you could, which would be covering a substantial portion of the parking spaces, but not close enough to impact the trees, you could have all of the virtually not the same amount of parking, but close to the same amount of parking, surface parking that you have on the left. The downside that I see, and I guess this is a question I'm posing, is if you do that, you're not increasing the articulation, for net zero or what have you, but you can't have windows depending on how you align the units for those units unless you change unless you change the internals in a certain way. Was that a consideration, and if so, why not something presented to us?
Again, great question, great option, Your Worship. In shifting that southeast, call it a Lego block for lack of a better word here, shifting that to the west is what you're talking about. Again, we do end up conflicting with the property line and with the building setback. So for that reason, we haven't. If I'm understanding your...
Yeah, no, I realize it would have to change shape because of it's not a straight property line on the south, but. I mean, basically, we're dealing with the same. What I'm making reference to is the same number of units in that southeast corner being reconfigured to cover the parking area, and then you're giving up. You have all of that space for surface parking. Sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not hearing audio at this end.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking. We have our architect here, Your Worship. Do you want to ask the same question to the architect?
Yeah, so thank you. So in that southeast corner, there are X number of units. If they were reconfigured to cover basically the same square footage, the same total area, in the changed property lines where the parking spaces are, you would have all of that space exchanged for surface parking on the southeast corner.
So I'm Rob Wetter with DHK Architects. I think this goes back to a question from Councillor Duncan about building shapes. And so with these kind of multifamily buildings, they're almost always 20 meters wide. which gives you a usable apartment, a hallway, and then another usable apartment where you get the right amount of penetration of daylight and usable rooms and things. So what we don't see is, 35, 40 meter wide buildings, because they just don't work as apartments. And so if we were to slice off a leg of this building and shift it over, it just wouldn't work anymore. So we wouldn't have, bedrooms with windows out, windows to the outside, and it just wouldn't work. So in terms of fitting a building on this site as a first order principle, this is the right fit for the site.
Okay, thank you for the answer, and I appreciate what you're saying to a degree. But if you look at the east elevation of the building, it is the entire width of the property, and so by shifting the southeast corner quadrant over, you're going to have that same length of building. It's not making it any wider. In fact, it'll be a little narrower because of the property line change. I'll leave my question there on this slide. If we could please go to the slide, I think it's the second last slide, showing the east elevation with the driveway between the two Monterey trees.
Sorry, Your Worship, are you referring to the rendering?
Yeah, no, if you just keep going, one more, this one. So appreciate what was included in the presentation materials in our agenda package in terms of the mitigation efforts and the design for the driveway and the parking area, and then further explanation on some of the materials from Diamond Head. But what we see here, and maybe this is just a representation, is pavement. So in Tomahawk's report on page 22 of 25, where it talks about driveway and sidewalk alignment, and it talks about engineered floating asphalt and gives all the various layers. It also says, there's a statement that says, provide a floating style driveway, which will be slightly elevated to ramp float over, which we heard tonight. And then the next line says, pervious solution to be required, paving stones and or turf pavers would be required. It appears to be a layer of asphalt over the floating driveway, and I don't know if it's asphalt for the remainder of the parking area. Can you speak to the permeability of asphalt versus other materials, and what materials would actually be used?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. This rendering is just to be conceptual. It was just to communicate a vision. The hard surface material that is shown on this is purely just as a placeholder. The permeable material that we'd be using or pavers would be that. But again, I don't know, Max, if you have more experience with different permeable options. I believe we actually have our landscape architect on this call as well, who could possibly speak to alternative options. But it wouldn't be asphalt.
Okay, other than it says engineered floating asphalt, and that's the description we heard this evening.
Yes, and we will commit for it to be a permeable substitution, just as a better design option.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, if you look in the foreground of this photograph or representation, in the large driveway across the street is a paver driveway. My second question with regards to this is, we did hear from the presentation last September that if the middle tree was to be removed, that there would have to be pruning of the left and right trees to accommodate adequate height for various vehicles entering the parking area. The two reports from your consultants don't make reference to how much pruning is required, and is it possible to give a percentage of what percentage of the existing canopy would have to be pruned to get to adequate heights?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Great question. When we met on site with the town's arborist as well as it was Tomahawk Tree Service as part of South Shore Forest Consultants, very, very, very minimal pruning was to be required. So
Okay.
as a percentage, I don't even know that I can give that. It's very, very low.
I'll translate minimal to a low percentage. The next question is in terms of will there be a height restriction? Will it be posted? What size vehicles are you anticipating allowing through there? I mean, we see a single car passenger car there, but of course there are delivery trucks of the variety of UPS, Purelator, Amazon that I think are up to 17 feet high and a certain width are buzz about our community. What is the plan for vehicles accessing that parking area?
Yeah, the height would be driven by the waste service vehicle or the emergency service vehicle.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on the right-hand side, you would have to enlarge it a little bit. But on the right-hand side, we see a box and a boxy area just to the right of the vehicle. And is that the garbage and recycling area?
That is the previously proposed location. Since this conceptual rendering, the revised iteration proposes that much more internal to the site.
Okay, I thought I did see that on one of the, somewhere in the documents. Thank you for confirming that. My next question is, to the proponents will be after a question through to staff. So, Chair, my question through to staff is, we know that among the applications is a rezoning application to RM7. RM7 does permit either rental or condo?
Through the chair, yes. Yeah, it just permits apartment dwelling, so that is up to the property owner. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Delorme, during the presentation last September, we did hear of the cost limitations to make the project viable of 75 rental units, but we also heard that that condos could be more viable for a variety of reasons. In such an iteration of condos, how many units, how many parking spaces would be financially viable?
Yeah, that is a very good question. Unfortunately, right now in current market conditions, a rental is the better performing option. And when I say better performing, I just want to be very transparent. This project is breaking even. Now, us being who we are first and foremost builders, and we do believe that we're driven by doing the right thing, and we understand that providing housing to a community that needs housing is the right thing. So we are still going forward with this, but right now in today's current market conditions, sales wouldn't perform any better.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. I did have one more question just regarding the new canopy if the middle tree was removed, and just given the overall work, that is the work that has to happen at ground level plus the pruning. I don't see a risk number in any of the reports. Is there a 20% risk of failure of the trees remaining? Can you assign a percentage?
Thank you, Your Worship. Personally, me, not being a tree expert, I cannot. Max, is there any? Can you speak to that?
I mean, it's very difficult to predict how nature will adapt to, site changes. However, having done this for a very long time, we're definitely going to try to give it everything that we possibly can give it. Like I said, irrigation is going to be very important. Enhancing the root zone, actually making the root zone better than it currently is. Currently, they're using that lot right now as parking, which is compacting the soil. So we'd get in there and we would decompact that soil. So we would actually enhance the root zone better than what is currently right now. So I would think that there would be a low risk of those trees being negatively impacted when we follow all the proper methods. And back to one of the questions, I wanted to answer it, but unfortunately I don't get the ability to put my hand up. But as far as pruning goes, there's actually would be very little pruning, because taking out that middle tree is going to leave a void. So when we're looking at those 3 trees, the middle tree is definitely taking up a lot of space, and then the canopies have formed as one unit. So when you're taking out that middle tree, you're actually leaving a void there, so that the 2 trees on either side of the middle tree don't have a lot of canopy in the middle, and that's where you would need the clearance. So we're pretty good there, that we're not going to have to do a lot of pruning, and as long as you know, we follow all the proper methods, and I believe they will, you know, the impact to those remaining trees is going to be, you know, as low as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor McNeil-Smith. And looking at my colleagues, that concludes questions on the presentation. Mr. Delorme and company, thank you for your presentation. At this point, I'm just going to turn to council. Do we want to press through and move on with the staff at this point, or would anyone appreciate a 5-minute break? Okay, let's move forward then with, I'm not seeing anyone requesting a break at this point. We've been a little over 2 hours. We'll move forward with agenda item, was originally agenda item 9. It became 72 following the presentation. And I will turn, I'll just pause for a moment while a few people vacate the chambers. And I will turn now to staff, please, for an introduction to this item. Ms. Verhagen?
Thank you. Good evening.
Beg your pardon, I'm sorry. Did we want Mr. Edwards just maybe to remove the presentation from the screen? Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Verhagen.
Sure, thank you. The staff report on the agenda focuses primarily on the new information that we've received, being the traffic study and the 2 arborist reports that were provided upon council's request back in September, when the development proposal was first reviewed. Again, we're talking about a 4-story, 75-unit, multi-unit residential building. The applicant has gone through the design concepts that were included in the staff report, so I won't cover those. He's gone through those in detail. The traffic study was mentioned briefly as well. The study found that the development would result in a very low increase in impact in terms of number of trips generated for the property. So the applicant took that information and found that, because part of council's resolution was to use the traffic information study to see if the driveways should be relocated either side based on traffic volume on the streets. The traffic study findings were that the development would have very minimal impact on this traffic on the streets, so it wasn't a factor in deciding where the driveways should be relocated to or if they should stay. So moving on to the arborist reports. As is outlined in the staff report, 2 different reports were provided. We heard from the arborist from one of the companies today, Diamond Head Consulting. Their report has more information about the design of the driveway through the critical root zone, as has already been discussed again. Staff could, as it says in the report, staff believe that the approaches for the driveway construction could work to improve the survival of the 2 remaining Monterey cypress trees, but would still result in the removal of 1 tree. And as was our position before, when you're designing a site with 2 road frontages like this, with quite a length, it should be possible to design without going through the critical root zones of the protected trees. Middle of page 3 of the staff report, it does quote a section of the tree preservation bylaw saying that staff can approve removal of a protected tree when there's no other option for locating a driveway, but we don't believe that's the case, or that's why we're saying if council wanted to move forward with this, then that would have to be made clear at this point here. And as was discussed a few times tonight, the site layout really shows the conflict between meeting parking bylaw requirements of 1 space per unit times 75 units and retaining these protected trees. And I know staff mentioned it before when this came before Committee of the Whole in September, that from an urban planning perspective and looking at Sydney's layout in terms of our downtown core, our location of shops and services and transit, existing car share vehicles, and the location of this site very close to those things, there is a strong planning argument for not meeting that parking ballot requirement and providing less than one parking space per unit. And tonight we've heard comments both for and against that. So that will be up to council to decide how to proceed with that. Just to touch on a few things that have come up through council's questions of the applicants so far. So there was a comment about a previous development application for this site. DP 736 was approved in July 2018. It expired in December 14th, 2020. That was for a 4-story, 31 unit rental, or not rental, but a multi-unit residential building. Some of you may remember that. The current owner came on title October 2023, so well after that DP was expired. Since the bylaw, or since that DP was approved in July 2018, the town adopted a new official community plan, made updates to the tree preservation bylaw. There was a change in community and council perspective on trees. So that DP was approved, but it had expired because development didn't happen. In terms of the minimum height in this driveway for how high would the clearance have to be from the driveway surface to the tree branches, the building bylaw requires that when you've got a driveway serving more than one dwelling unit, the minimum height, you have to have a clearance of at least 4.3 meters, which is 14.1 feet. So we'd be looking for that clearance for the trees to be pruned up to at least that height off the driveway surface. As the applicant indicated, staff did go out and meet on site with the applicant, their arborists, our town park staff, planning staff. We went there, looked at the site, looked at the middle Monterey cypress trees and the two surrounding ones, and thought that if that middle tree did come out, just given the shape of the crown and the branches, it already is quite high, so there wouldn't need to be too much pruning of the two existing trees on the site. Again, I know too much is not a technical term, but if you go and stand under the trees, you can kind of estimate that it wouldn't be extensive pruning of the two trees on either side. Also on the tree bylaw, there was a question of how much deposit would we be taking on the trees to be retained by this development permit. So the tree preservation bylaw, bylaw 2138, has a section on this, section 11.10, which does give deposit amounts for trees that are being retained as a requirement of subdivision, development permit, variance permit, building permit, etc. $10,000 per specimen quality tree, and specimen quality is defined in the bylaw. $5,000 per tree located partially or wholly within property owned or occupied by the town, other than a specimen tree. So these trees, all three of the Monterey cypress trees, are partly on the town boulevard and partly on the private property. So we'd be working with Mr. Murphy, our Director of Engineering, to determine what would be the right deposit amount to take on trees to be retained in the development permit. So that, again, that's in the tree preservation bylaw. So I touched on the development permit, the tree bylaw deposits, the building bylaw. And in this stuff, just getting back to the staff report, there are two different options in there for how to proceed at this point. Option A, again, sticking with the staff's previous position that it would be ideal to protect all three trees. The first, option A, is recommending that the applications for the zoning amendment, DP, and variance do move forward to APC, subject to the condition that they do redesign that driveway, parking area, building and structures to get them out of the root zone of the protected Monterey cypress trees. Option B is to move forward as is with the proposed design, send that forward to APC, again I'm paraphrasing, and also a condition that, a recommendation that if council's going to go ahead with that, add wording now to say when we come back from APC or when APC's recommendation comes back, that we do add in there a recommendation to remove approval of one Monterey cypress tree so that staff can, or council can consider approving that when APC's recommendation comes back. Because it isn't something that could be approved at a staff level. It would have to come back to council as a report anyway, so it would bring it all forward at once. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Verhagen. I'll look to council if there are any questions on the staff report. Start with Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Since we're talking about these trees as specimen trees, To my mind, that means a specimen because it's basically like a cultural tree, an arboretum tree. It's not a natural tree. We're not maintaining it for environmental reasons because it's foreign. It's strange to me that our recommendation is to maintain the 3 then, because these are giant sequoias. This is not a good location for a giant sequoia to be maintained as a specimen. So do we have rules for how we would actually have to maintain a specimen tree so that that it's healthy and is actually a good specimen of its kind?
Sure, through the chair, staff aren't saying that these are specimen quality trees, and I'll read out the bylaw definition. It means, this is again from the tree preservation bylaw, it means a tree of any size which an arborist, landscape architect, or the director, being the director of engineering, deems to be of exceptional value because of its species, condition, form, age, or size. So that would be determined whether this is a specimen quality tree or a protected tree that's partly on the town property or a different protected tree.
Okay, so it's just meeting of size criteria and not any other okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Looking to colleagues, I'll turn first to Ms. Verhagen.
Sure, thank you. One thing I forgot to mention in my presentation is that in the staff report, we do say that staff agree with the applicant and their arborist in terms of the impact that the driveway excavation would have to get on the underground parking ramp, cutting through the root zones of those cherry trees over on the 3rd Street side, that our arborist did agree with their arborist that the trees could probably withstand that type of excavation. They've seen them survive that kind of thing before. So from a staff perspective, that impact on those trees was deemed to be acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, looking to my colleagues on council with any further questions of the staff report. Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question through you to staff on the option B, and the second part of option B is making reference to the Monterey cypress, but it's not making any reference to the cherry trees. Should there be something there?
Through the chair, no, because they're not proposing to remove them. Those are on the neighboring property to the south, and they wouldn't need a tree removal permit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on the staff report, I'll look to council for some direction. Councillor Duck.
I will push forward with the recommended option by staff and see what discussion comes from that. So that council select option A, the zoning amendment application number RZ100110 to change the zoning designation of the eastern portion of the property from RM6R to RM7. Development permit application number DP100851 to permit the form and character of a 75-unit residential development. And development variance permit number DV100369 to decrease the minimum front yard setback to relax the city requirements for a rooftop access structure and to increase the maximum permitted height a rooftop access structure can project. For the property at 9972 3rd Street, be forwarded to the Advisory Planning Commission for further review and comment subject to the following condition. 1. That prior to proceeding to the Advisory Planning Commission, the applicants submit revised plans showing a redesigned site layout with driveways, parking areas, buildings, and structures located outside of the protected root zones of the protected Monterey cypress trees along the west property line and the cherry trees adjacent to the south property line identified in the submitted arborist reports.
Thank you. Looking for a seconder? Councillor Keefe, was that you? Yeah.
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. I'll look to the mover to motivate.
I have no motivation at this time. I'm looking for comments from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Keefe, a seconder?
Sure. Well, I appreciate some of the options that the developer has proposed. I still have concerns about the future of those trees. They are significant, in that neighborhood and for Sidney. There's not too many more like that. And I guess my worry is that even with mitigation measures and all the things that are planned, there's still a chance that they might not survive. And so I know that I have no doubt that the developers would try their best, but as they've said, you never know what nature is going to do and how those trees might ultimately be impacted. Even with, say, a large bond or something, I'm sure that they will try so that they don't have to pay that bond if the trees were to fail. But once they're gone, they're gone. And we won't get them back. And even if we plant several more trees in place, the impact of the loss of those trees, I think, would be significant to our community. So I would like to, that's why I agree with staff, I'd like to see them go back and come up with another plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And now looking for council comments on the motion. I'll go and turn to Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you. I was hesitating on this because I would have read this in without that condition, because I think that condition is unworkable. From an ecological perspective, the point of these, remember that these trees were planted on a whim by some people who died probably quite some time ago as specimens that back in the day, when people were part of the British Empire, they liked to travel the world and collect specimens from different parts of it, bring it home and plant it, just to see what would happen, just because they like to collect things, like they like to collect vases from China and from Greece. And now I'm worried that a developer that paid too much for this land, because everybody does, is going to lose out because of a whim of some people who died a long time ago, and people who could live in this building are going to lose out. We're going to lose out on more housing because of a whim. This is not a remnant of the original ecosystem. This was something that was planted here because we nuked the original ecosystem. Half the things that are in there, in these trees that are living in them, are invasive species that if they were plants, the Sydney Parks Friends would be pulling them out. I find this discussion kind of the apex of the mountain of madness. From the perspective of a cultural tree, and that they did plant them on a whim and they did survive, and people thought, isn't it neat to have a California species here? I could make an argument for making sure they got saved on the property. But I would want them to be treated then as specimen trees, where we are then, the mitigation plans that are in place, make sure that they don't die. The one in the middle, regardless of whether they could build a driveway on it, would need to go to maintain the health of these trees, because they're giant sequoias. They need room. They currently have no room. Those 3 trees should not be in a space of what even half of one of these trees would need. And so I'm okay with losing that middle tree. The only question is whether when they build the driveway over it, the other two won't be damaged, and they can be then maintained as interesting specimen trees, in the same way we maintain interesting things from a museum. But I would hope that we wouldn't be maintaining interesting things for the museum at the expense of building the housing we've been told we need, especially since the existing housing that was there was already built down. Like, what a kick in the teeth to say we saved a museum piece, but we tore down your house, now we won't build new houses. So I will vote against this motion as it stands because of that criteria, and that's the way it is.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. I think the distinctive difference between these trees in a museum is they are actually living things. And I wasn't here over 100 years ago when they were planted, so I don't know if it was done on a whim or not. I can't speak to that. Perhaps it was. But the fact of the matter is they've grown to be what are considered significant trees in our community. And the vast majority of the conversations, emails, letters we've had from our community is they want these trees to remain. And although I can appreciate the effort that the developer has put in to try and remove 1, keep 2, and staff speaks to it in the report, it could survive, and the arborist has spoken to it as well, and our own arborist. There's no guarantees in life. Anytime you get in there, you don't know what you're going to be dealing with till you get under the dirt, really. And staff speaks to the interdependence of trees, and these three trees, based on books I've read, communicate. Again, they're living things. I feel challenged for the developer and what you had to do on this space. As I said before, I would have appreciated iteration 7 with the potential to talk and have the discussion about a parking variance, and I realize you don't want to go there, and I realize where our community stands on it, but I also realize it's worth a discussion, because I think the community might be more amenable to it given what's going to be saved in the instance of allowing for it. I could be wrong. People could come out and just rip a strip off me, and that's a possibility, but I think it's a discussion that needs to be had, because these are an important part of that neighborhood. For whatever benefits you think they do or don't provide, and you can argue one way or the other, they are significant. And when you walk down that street, it would be really weird for them not to be there. I got to be honest. And for me, I do struggle with the 3rd Street access part, and I know many community members spoke to it previously. One thing that wasn't addressed is the 9959 3rd Street across the street and the ramp, and whether lights would shine on people's windows. Which, if you go out and stand out there, I can see their concerns based on where the driveway was going to be positioned. And the traffic impact study speaks to it being a low impact, but there's still, I think, what have we got here, 21 in the AM peak hour, 27 in the peak hour. And although that may not be a lot in terms of what overall developments propose, it will make a significant impact on 3rd Street. That is a busy street. There's a lot of on-street parking. There's limited visibility for pulling out of a driveway like that. So that's why I like the 4th Street part of it, and having the access from that point. It's just, I don't know how to, I understand what Councillor Duncan's saying. It's a balance between trying to find a way to build the housing we require, but keeping things in our community that are important to the community. And it's a difficult place you've been put in, for sure. I 100% agree with that. For me, this would be a whole other discussion if part of this building had an affordability component to it. Then that would be something I would give stronger consideration to losing something so significant to the community. I'll leave my comments there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I'll just look to virtual participants, see if there are any comments. Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just looking for covering page of the staff report.
The cover page is page 55 of the 302.
Yeah, I have everything separated here. I'm going to go from memory, but I just wanted to speak first, Chair, to a bit of the process that the council has been in on this. We did receive the presentation from High Street on September the 2nd at Committee of the Whole. It then went to council, and we passed a resolution requesting the proponent consider changes to the design for the protection of the trees primarily, and we also requested a traffic study. So what we have come back this evening in terms of a fair bit of agenda pages, but very limited new information. And I just want to comment on that for a moment. In the pages of the High Street section called site planning exercise, and there's 5 pages where the current iteration and the 7 alternate iterations were newly presented at tonight's meeting and in the agenda package. So we requested last September that iterations come back showing the protection of these trees. Yet options 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all require the removal of 3 Monterey cypress trees. So I'm really not accepting or understanding why, given the direction council gave last September, that those 5 iterations were brought to council, because they involve the removal of 3 cypress trees, and we had already spoken to our concerns about that in the iteration. So to me, that actually limits quite significantly the information on iterations, new iterations that we've received tonight. The other two iterations, number 1 and number 7, involve underground parking needed to achieve 1-to-1 ratio and is cost prohibitive. Several of us on council asked at those meetings in the fall if that was a possibility, and we were told, it was repeated tonight, that it is cost prohibitive to expand the underground footprint beyond the building permit. So that's not new information to us either. We received that information last fall. So it was through the questioning of council tonight, 2 or 3 of us, that we actually looked at some iterations that weren't actually presented to us, but we had questions on whether they were considered or not. And so I want to come back to parking variance for a moment, or to the parking for a moment. And staff has spoken to it briefly in their introduction tonight, is that when the 6-story Oceana was built, when the 6-story Cameo was built, when the 5-story Aranza was built, and when the 5-story Beacon on Beacon was built, all 4 of those projects had what I would call significant parking variances. They may all have exceeded 19 parking space variances. And there were some measures in terms of alternate transportation, whether it's modo or other impacts. I was concerned, I wasn't sitting on council when those projects were approved, but I did voice my concerns with the potential impacts to the downtown commercial district, with residents having to park on what was primarily intended to be patron parking on the downtown commercial streets. I think it's something worthy of consideration for the developer to consider other measures and a parking variance or parking in lieu for this. Even if design could be changed to accommodate just a few parking spaces to reduce the variance. We're not seeing any change from tonight from what was proposed to us in the fall. The additional information that we've received tonight, and has been very helpful, is we have an expanded arborist report from Tomahawk, and we have a new report from Diamond Head, and I really appreciate those reports coming forward, and the answers that we received in questions to them. Where I land on this motion is that I won't support it. I think its time given tonight is for me, pretty much a repetition of the presentation and discussion we had last fall. Is that let's turn it to our to Advisory Planning Commission without constraints for them to. They're our citizen-appointed body. Let's turn it to them and to receive feedback. That doesn't. Doing that, sending it to APC, is not a message from council that we support this project. It's a step for us to receive additional information as citizen appointments to an important body that we have. I'll leave my comments there, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. So my takeaway from that is that there's some foreshadowing that if this motion were to fail, that you may come up with an alternate motion around referring this to APC. I won't look to corner you on that at this time, but that was in part my takeaway. Looking online to see if Councillor Keith has any, would like to speak to the motion. Not seeing a hand. Councillor Duck has not spoken yet. You were the mover, but we'll turn to you, Councillor Duck.
Yeah, if I could seek a point of information from the mayor relative to this. I understand you're not supporting the recommendation going forward. Is that because it is going to APC with structures to review the different variance permits, or is that because of the attached condition?
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Duck. Yeah, it's recommending go to APC, but it's recommending that before it go to APC, that the design be changed. And we made that request last September, and we have not had an alternate design change or parking variance. What we did learn tonight, an additional piece of information, is while there was some discussion from the proponent that condos might be more viable than rentals, we heard clearly tonight that given current market conditions, that is not the case. So to me, what we have heard tonight is it's actually even a little bit more limited than perhaps options we had heard last fall. So, I will, rather than defeat this motion and try to propose another motion, if there are no other speakers, or sorry, I will turn back to you, Councillor Duck. I just answered your question.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, that was what I was getting to. Is there an amendment here that can remove the condition, as was suggested by Councillor Duncan, that then moves it to APC with that structure of just the straight development variance and permits?
Yeah, I'll make that, Chair, I would make that motion to strike the second part of the recommendation.
So we're looking to amend the motion that's on the floor, striking point 1, seconder.
Second.
Councillor Duck. So we're now speaking to the amended motion that's on the floor. I'll move to the mover. Have you got anything further, or have you spoken to that? I think you have, but.
No, there's nothing else I wish to say. I will just add that I appreciate my questions and other questions from council that were through to staff, and the process for APC, the information that they will review in the staff report will be more detailed than we've received at this point, which is the normal course in us receiving development applications and then being considered by our advisory body. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Duck is a seconder.
Yeah, just to add that this leaves the decision whether we remove one or 3 cypress trees still open, and it gives APC a chance to reflect on the design and their expertise relative to the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you. I'm still puzzled as to why this is being proposed, because what I thought I heard was some disappointment that what we got tonight is didn't sound like there was considerable consideration for any sort of different plan. And so that's what I was looking for, and looking for ways to save those trees. So I don't see why we would back off on that. In the staff report, it says that I presume that if we allow this to go forward, that we see merit in this, and that we're not asking them to do any further research into other plans or redesign for the site to save those trees. So I'm puzzled and leaning towards not supporting the amendment for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Turning to council, see if there's any other motivation on the amendment. I'll speak briefly on the amendment. I'll support the amended motion, really with an aim. I think it's not lost, I'm sure, on the developer, the applicant who's sitting here, that there's still grave concern over what's been proposed, and that it's not much different than what we saw previously, except that we were walked through iterations and why they wouldn't work. But I feel like a number of council members kind of poked and prodded around the parking variance suggestion and whether or not that would create latitude. We may well see APC echo sentiments of that nature, and so this still has to come back to council. We're not making it a clear decision in that sense this evening. It will have to be revisited following APC's insight. So again, I'm inclined to support the motion as amended, and I would suggest that the applicant, if this amendment moves forward, be well prepared to look seriously at perhaps parking variances to further address remediation efforts to save those trees. I'll leave my comments there. I'll look finally to council for a second time. Mayor McNeil Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to frame, our decision making this evening. If we had gone with, if we do not approve the amendment and then we pass the motion, it sends it back to the developer to force them to do what we asked them to do last September. We don't know what the outcome of that will be. I'm not hugely optimistic given the number of scenarios we were walked through this evening and what was provided in our report. That doesn't mean something different wouldn't come forward. However, if we forward this to APC, we will have the benefit of APC's comments. And then we are back in the same position we are tonight. Based on the comments we've received for APC, we can make a decision to send it back to the proponent and force them to bring forward a change, or to go ahead and consider either a parking variance or removal of the middle Cypress tree. So I don't think this sets us back or forces us in a particular direction. I think it's a step that we reasonably use in development applications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Having concerns and reservations, the developers are here, they're hearing the comments, but I think why I will support the motion is I see 2 members from APC in attendance this evening, so I have a strong feeling that this will be discussed and they'll bring these comments back to the rest of the commission. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for a second time, Councillor Keith.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the mayor for his, for their comments and rationale. And based on that and based on the understanding that we're basically going to ask APC for additional information and their thoughts, that's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. And we still have the option to say no to this. So based on that, I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. I'm now going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. And now I will call the question, I'll look to call the question on the motion as amended. If there's any other motivation, seeing none, I'll call the question on the original motion as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. We'll resume at 8:45. Thank you. All right, folks, we're gonna get started here again. The next item is agenda item 8, which the mayor added to the agenda around a reconsideration. I'll turn it to you, Mayor McNeil-Smith. You're muted.
Thank you. Before I proceed with reading the two motions to be reconsidered, did you want to consider turning to Ms. Nelson just to refresh council on the process of reconsideration?
Yeah, thank you. I was gonna have you move them, but what I'll do is, in light of the foreshadowing that you just provided, perhaps I will turn to Ms. Nelson, the corporate officer, to speak procedurally to what reconsideration means and what latitude the mayor has in that regard.
So this reconsideration, I believe, is being brought forward pursuant to section 131 of the community charter, where it gives the mayor the I guess, authority to reconsider a matter. The mayor may initiate reconsideration of a matter within 30 days following a meeting. And that is what's being proposed this evening. And so the mayor will be stating those motions. And then, and in our council procedure bylaw, it states that when the mayor brings it forward, the motion is on the floor immediately. So it's not like we have a reconsideration motion. It goes straight on the floor, and council, it's open for debate and discussion.
Does that illustrate or indicate then that there's actually not a question called, that this is a foregone conclusion once the mayor declares reconsideration?
So the mayor will put the motion on the floor, and council is free to debate it.
Okay.
There's no reconsideration.
There's no seconder
There's
required.
There is no vote, is what
There's
I.
no,
No,
there's no,
there is.
there is a vote. There's no seconder required for the motion to be
That's right.
reconsidered.
It's just automatically on the floor again.
So this then is put on the floor by the mayor. There's no seconder required. The mayor motivates. There can be discussion. The
Yes.
chair is then to call the question. Is it a simple majority?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I'm going to just turn to colleagues to see, because now I feel like maybe I understand it, but I want to make sure they do as well. So I'll just look around the table to see if there are any questions of Ms. Nelson with respect to this procedurally. Councillor Duck.
Yeah, just for further clarification, there's actually two motions. So I just wanted a sense of, is there an order to those motions? Because certainly one supersedes the other. So it would be important to understand if they're both being reconsidered.
So I would suggest that they're moved one at a time, then would be my suggestion to the mover, if that makes sense. But let's see what the mover wants to do with that. Is there anything further? Does that help, Councillor Duck? Okay. Anything further? Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you. Similar questions in terms of whether it makes sense for the second one to proceed before the first one. If the idea is that there wants to be reconsideration of the motion, that should be dealt with first, because I would think that if the first motion fails, then the second one, does it still get referred? So just a question to
Sure.
the mayor and maybe the corporate officer in terms of whether there's a different order that might be considered.
Sure, and I don't know, I mean, I've seen the email, but I mean, the public is not aware of what's proposed here, so I think I'd rather have the mayor make the motion, and then perhaps the chair I'll turn to the corporate officer if the chair has to rule if the sequence should perhaps be readdressed. But if everyone's comfortable now procedurally, let's turn to the mayor for the reconsideration motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I will read the two motions in, and then I won't motivate while I can do that, because I appreciate some colleagues would like perhaps further clarification from Ms. Nelson. But after I read the two motions in, I would like to make a comment on procedure, which Ms. Nelson could then comment on further if other council members require. So the first motion is that the mayor's remuneration be allocated over 4 years. That was defeated in a 3-3 split last meeting. The second motion, that the motion above be referred to another council meeting when all 7 members of council are in attendance. It was defeated in a 3-3 split. So the reason the 2 motions need to be considered is you can't move the second motion without first reconsidering or tabling the first motion for reconsidering, because there is, while you're referring it to the next meeting, you haven't opened the reconsideration of that. So I'll leave my comment there before I motivate.
The corporate officer concurs with the recommended sequence. So to the corporate officer, procedurally, again, would it be tidiest if either motivation or discussion occurs on one of these at a time, or in tandem? So one at a time. So council.
Sorry, I'm going to call point of order, Chair.
Go ahead.
So the first motion is a motion, and it's on the floor. The second motion is a referral motion. And as is per our procedures bylaw, when you have a motion on the floor, you are allowed to have a referral motion. You don't have to consider the first motion when you made a referral motion. And this is a reconsideration of both motions. They're related. You can't do one with the other without the other.
Okay, it's feeling like chicken or the egg to me right now, so let's proceed with your motivation.
Okay, so I am only motivating on number 2 because if that motion is successful, it will refer for discussion the first motion to a meeting when all 7 members of council are in attendance. And my motivation for moving this to a council meeting where all 7 members of council are in attendance is that the matter, and particularly the size of the increases of the mayor's remuneration and council remuneration, is such that it should be, I feel, it should be considered together by all 7 council members. So I'm not motivating on the first motion. I'm simply motivating on the referral motion.
Thank you. I'll now turn to colleagues to see if there's any discussion or motivation. Councillor Garnett.
So I have to say I'm a little confused by this given the process we normally follow. So we have a council away calendar that comes to the rest of us prior to the month. And so we knew that Councillor Rintoul would not be present for the February 9th meeting. When the initial motion came, the initial agenda report came forth for council remuneration. There would have been a discussion amongst the CAO and the mayor in agenda review as to what appears on the agenda. So knowing that we were going to be short a member, and it was going to be 6 people, not 7, not everybody would be there to have that discussion, why was that item brought to the agenda then? It seems to me if we're now saying we want to have a discussion with everybody here, we should have done that originally. So that's where I'm confused. Like if we're really, our whole motivation is to make sure 7 people are here to discuss council remuneration, why was it brought forward to an agenda when we knew there'd only be 6 councillors here? It seems to be a little bit backwards to me that we're now saying we need 7 to reconsider something.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
Thank you.
I see Mayor McNeil-Smith would like to address that, so I'll permit that. Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to speak to it, but if the CAO wishes to speak to it as well, I'm certainly comfortable with that. So yes, we did discuss this during agenda review, and as council will recall, it was in our strategic plan for this review of remuneration to occur in 2025, I believe by December 31st, 2025. And so this was coming late to council, and given the reasons that council wanted it to come in 2025, I felt, and I believe the CAO, but I will let the CAO speak for himself, that it was council's interest in seeing this item as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Garnett, you still have the floor.
I'll leave the floor to other people at this point.
Thank you. I'll look to other council members to see if there's any discussion. Councillor Keith.
Thank you. You know, if it had perhaps been a more resounding split on the vote, I might think differently. You know, if it was, if it had been defeated, 5-1 or 4-2, but in an instance where it's a 3-3 split, which nobody could have anticipated, I think that is something that signifies that, I think we should have full council weigh in on that. I think that's reasonable. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. I will state the obvious that we are a six-person council again tonight, and that we could see history repeating itself. Having said that, I don't see anyone else looking to speak at this moment, so I will just state that only in that we have seen some public interest around this not having perhaps been debated and voted on by full council. Interestingly, this first point, is really the only item where there was a tie question, and that's the point around the mayor's salary, and spreading it over 4 years. And so I feel like if the mayor is motivated, to see that readdressed and granted that this is for 2027, and we don't know who the mayor will be in 2027 because we have elections in late 2026. I would be comfortable with having that discussion again, but we may well be setting ourselves up for another 3-3 vote here. So I will turn and see if there are any other comments on this matter to my other colleagues before calling the question. Councillor Duncan.
I think I would say briefly that because we're another six-person council, and the idea that we'd be sending it for more discussion, that obviously the missing person on council who wasn't here for our last discussion, which is yourself, currently chairing, Councillor Rentoul, I worry that we're setting it up as though we're going to have new information to discuss beyond simply being able to register what the missing councillor would have voted for the public record. And so I'm okay if we are sending it forward so that we can make sure for the public record the missing councillor got their vote in. But what I'm worried about is that still might not happen depending on how the vote splits. And I don't want to frame this as therefore there's going to be a more robust discussion about it because the one councillor is going to say something, maybe, or could say something that would really change everybody else's mind on it. But so I'm happy to send this forward, but if it's just a matter of making sure we could register what that one councillor would have said and voted, I suppose there could be an easier way to do this if this fails.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duck.
Yeah, I'm equally in a quandary here because I'm not sure what new information would come forward. What further concerns me is that, does that mean that in any big decisions, which I consider this one is, we should have all 7 council members here? So as we move forward with the budget shortly, we will be short one council member. Does that mean we put the budget on hold because of concerns about whether we're getting equal representation of those voices? I think we made a decision with the 6 councillors that were present, and we've lived by those decisions in past, and we should continue to abide by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for any other first-time speakers? I guess we've all spoken once. So, Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Yeah, we will have only 6 council members at the budget meeting next week, but we have another budget meeting after that, and so it's not a comparable example. And again, the motivation is that this is a matter of importance, and with the community interest that has been shown, that all 7 members of council should consider together.
Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. I would actually argue that the budget deliberations are a more serious thing to be discussing, and when all members should be present, and to have somebody away for those deliberations and to come when we're potentially finalizing the budget is a more difficult situation to navigate than this particular one. Thank you.
So thank you, and yes, as we've noted, there is one member of council away this evening, and obviously that happens from time to time. I guess I just comment, I'm inclined, to support decisions that are made by council, you know, if I'm absent, it just so happens that in a procedural tie, a motion fails, and that is the procedure. And so I would just reiterate my earlier statement that in that this is specifically referring to the mayor's remuneration, and the mayor's comfortable with readdressing it to be allocated over 4 years. I think I'm comfortable with having that discussion. I take Councillor Duncan's point that perhaps I could declare, you know, in which manner I may have addressed it, but again, I only watched it on video and don't know that, without having been party to the discussion, that would be fair to my colleagues to you know, state at this point. But if it does come back before council, I'm not convinced I have the power to compel others in my direction, but I, you know, would be happy to state my thoughts on the matter if it were to come back forward. So I will leave my thoughts there. I'll look one last time to see if there's any further discussion on this matter. I'll call the question. All those in favor? All opposed? Councillor Duck, Councillor Garnett are opposed. Motion is carried. Mayor McNeil-Smith, does this dispense the matter, or is there further?
That concludes it, Chair.
Thank you. Then we are concluded with item 8, and moving on now to what we relabeled as 8A, which is bylaw 2300 to repeal council remuneration bylaw 2154 and replace with policy FN.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor, sorry, we'll go to the corporate officer.
Yes, so with this recent resolution passed, I think the items 8A, the policy, and the repealing of the remuneration bylaws on hold as well.
So
We'll table that, and we'll postpone it and bring it back when this motion comes back.
Thank you. Any questions for anyone on council on that procedurally? Thank you. We will table that. Councillor Garnett.
Do we need to have a motion to postpone? Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're on the same page, it looks like. Thank you. Let's move to item 10, Mayor's report. I'll turn to Mayor McNeil-Smith. Nothing. Thank you. We have no council reports this evening. Committee reports. Committee of the whole meeting of February 17th is circulated for information. There were no recommendations in the meeting. 13A is All Bay Road, no parking signage options. I believe I'm turning to Mr. Murphy for staff report.
Good evening, Chair and Mayor and Council. So this report is a follow-on from council motion from last March. And so there's been lots of discussion regarding the parking situation on All Bay Road, and that discussion all preceded my time with the town. So I'm bringing forward this resolution that was voted on in March 2025, and left some items to bring that back to council, and that's in looking at costs for signage options on All Bay Road. And so this report brings back those costs for council to consider. Staff recommendation is for option B, which is no parking signage anytime, no parking anytime signage on the curved sections near Eden Place. But there's been some email clarifications today, and so I believe that option A will come up for discussion during the meeting. And so just want to clarify. So option A is regarding no parking 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. from Resthaven to Bowden on one side of the street. And so then that raises the question of which side of the street. So in discussions today, we came up with option A1, which is, so would have parking on the water side, so which we're calling the east side, and then no parking, making a pedestrian walkway, if you will. So no parking between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on the inland side, so the west side. So that's option A1. A2 is the opposite, so would have parking on the inland side, and then no parking with pedestrians on the water side. And so it might just make it easier if we're referring to A1 in particular, which is parking on the water side all day, and then no parking with pedestrians, a space for pedestrians on the inland side. That's option A1. So certainly open to council direction for which way to go, and then there's the question of whether to implement the recommendations or to have what's proposed to be a 3-week feedback period after notifying of the intended recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I'll turn to council for questions. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Councillor Rintoul. Through you to staff. By implementing this measure from Resthaven to Bowden, do we have concerns that we will just sort of shift the problem from Bowden to Jocelyn?
Through the chair to Councillor Garnett. So with any of the options, and particularly with that one, there is no ideal solution for All Bay Road. Whatever option we go with is going to have some in favor and some against, and is going to have consequences, both predictable or less predictable. So shifting parking certainly is one of the potential consequences. The further people have to go to park and walk, the more likely they are to seek alternative options. But certainly there will be impacts of closing off parking on one side of the street.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. Looking to other council colleagues if there are any questions for Mr. Murphy. Seeing none between option A1, I see Councillor Duck. Sorry.
Yes,
Yep, go ahead.
if I may, through to staff, is there any safety considerations of A1 over A2?
Through the chair to Councillor Duck. So the difference isn't enormous, but we feel that it is marginally more open and more visible for pedestrians for the A1 option. So having their pedestrian passage be on the inland side is marginally preferable, it seems.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. Councillor O'Keefe.
I'm prepared to make a motion if there's
Go
no
ahead.
further questions.
Proceed.
Okay. I will move that staff notify All Bay Road residents and Harbor Road businesses of the proposed changes, which are option A1, no parking on the west side of All Bay Road between Resthaven and Bowden between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And option B, no parking anytime on the curved sections of All Bay Road near Eden Place, and that request written feedback within 3 weeks of sending the notice.
Thank you. Look for a seconder.
Second, but can I get clarification?
Councillor Duck looking for clarification, and we'll second. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just following up on staff that we identify the west as inland and the east as shoreline, just because it's not necessarily west or east.
Thank you. Staff are nodding in the affirmative, so we're going to assume that the motion makes that reference. Councillor Duck is seconded. Further discussion, I'll turn to the mover.
Thank you. I think we need to incorporate option A, which wasn't originally proposed, because the issue of pedestrian safety was really the primary concern along that stretch of All Bay. So what this will allow for is no parking along the inland side, which provides more room for pedestrians to park during the day. That's only between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. It may be the case, likely the case, as colleagues have mentioned, that it will address the safety issue along that stretch. They might move elsewhere, and that might be the case. But I think the main concern was that stretch between Bowden and Resthaven, and that's because that's where you see the traffic coming and going for those employees who are working on Harbor Road. So there's less traffic going past Bowden up Albay. I also considered whether we might implement the 15-minute zone at the mailbox. But I agree with staff comments that we've had that request in other neighborhoods and we've turned it down. We
So
would
I
have to
would-
put signs up all over the
Councillor
town.
Keefe, I would just note that, are you motivating, or are you speaking to the staff report? It's not clear to me now, and I would
Well,
like you to
no,
motivate.
I'm just explaining why I'm not considering those other things.
Okay, but the time for
I'll
that
leave
is
it at that.
gone. You've already moved a motion, so I'm gonna move on from you to the
Okay.
seconder.
Thank you, Chair.
I just wanted to, speak to the community involvement aspect. And so I think it is important for us to go back to the community on this. They put a lot of time and effort into bringing this forward, and so did staff and council. And so now that we're proposing a solution, I think it's appropriate to go back to the residents to advise them on what's proposed. And whether we take another 3 or 4 weeks to do that, I don't think there's anything significantly lost by doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Seconder, Councillor Duck.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll support this for a couple of reasons. One, I go by this area once a day. And most of the parking, certainly down towards Bowden, is on the water side, or east side, as some will call it. So continuing the parking there makes sense because it's already set up that way. And the visibility will be greater for pedestrians on the inland side going all the way around. This is a narrow road, and I think this is a good decision to make to move that traffic in that way. Also, I think it should be noted that the town has opened up parking at the off of Bowden now, and that's given a little more freedom to that space. And I was by there at 4:15 today, and there were about a half dozen cars in that entire area. So, and they were all staff. You could see them coming and going as I walked through that area. So I think this is a good solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, a question through you to the mover. Just to be clear, you're talking, Councillor O'Keefe, you're talking about every day of the week, or is this a Monday to Friday when people would be working?
Actually, that's a very good point, Councillor.
Thank you.
And I might look for staff for some clarity on that, because I think we're thinking Monday to Friday during working hours.
Thank you. I'll turn to staff.
Through the chair, so yes, hadn't thought that one through, but yes, Monday to Friday makes sense, and so we'll take the motion as Monday to Friday as currently presented.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett.
Yeah, good clarification. So we're dealing Monday to Friday here, folks. Last look for any Mayor McNeil-Smith on the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose an amendment, and that is the addition of option D, with a slight change from what is in the staff report, and it would read Bowden Road time-limited parking south of Albay on one side. If there's a seconder, I'll motivate.
Looking for a seconder. Could you just repeat that, please, while we catch up with you, Mayor?
Option D is Bowden Road, between Bowden Road and Roberts Bay. So Bowden Road time-limited parking south of Albay on one side.
Okay. So we're looking for a seconder. Seeing none.
Second for discussion.
It's been seconded. I'll turn to the mover.
I'll motivate briefly. This did arise. It was a request from the neighborhood. And one of the, for example, Ardwell has parking as well, and it's time limited as an access to Roberts Bay. And the rationale was to provide area residents an opportunity to use that as an access point by vehicle, which some residents need. And it changes the option of all of it being time limited parking to just half of it. Which I've seen as many as 8 or 10 cars in that area, so I think it would be ample for the community to use as access to Roberts Bay.
Thank you. I'll look to the seconder. No comment. I'll look to Councillor Duck.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mayor. That makes it clearer now, because that is the access point to Roberts Bay, and Yeah, I would support this motion because it identifies that as a limited parking area for people going down to the beach, going for a walk, but not as a full-time parking spot for those employed in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the mayor for the clarification and the comparison to the foot of Ardwell. I agree. I think it's important for people to have access to the beach, and this amendment will allow for that, rather than having the parking taken up with employees from Harbour Road using those spaces all day. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Second time, Councillor Duck.
Yeah, if I may, a question through to staff. How are we managing enforcement of this? It's in a remote area of the community, and we're putting a time limitation on the parking there.
Turning to staff.
We don't anticipate increasing any staff availability. It'll mostly be complaint driven, as with the majority of our parking restrictions outside of the downtown core, where we outsource that to third party.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Not seeing any other discussion on this matter. I'm calling question on the amendment. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimous. I am now looking to the motion as amended. We're voting on the motion as amended. Any further discussion? Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm supportive of the motion and the original part of the motion. Just a note for staff, and I'm sure this is in staff's mind, is that I think it's important in this communication to the All Bay residents that these are options that we're looking for feedback. There have been suggestions in the past that options we were considering, council had already made a decision that was what it was going to do. And that wasn't the case. They were options at that time when we were looking for feedback. So I'm not sure how exactly, but if it could be stressed that these are options that council is looking, independent options that council is looking for feedback on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards wants to comment, and then we'll move forward. Mr. Edwards.
I would just like to clarify that these are council's preferred options. So council has looked at a suite of options that were put before them tonight and has landed on these as preferred options. And so I don't think we're going out saying that here's a suite of options for you to choose from. This is council's preferred options from a suite of options that were presented. So.
That's essentially the motion that is on the floor, correct? That it's referring to A1 and A2 in particular, with the clarification, with as amended. So yes, I think we all understand that. I'm looking to move forward. Mayor McNeil-Smith for a third time.
No, thank you. And just a clarification, thank you to Mr. Edwards. Yes, while they're preferred options, council is not signaling that this is what we want to do. It's of the options that have come forward, we're seeking feedback on these. So if we insert language that these are council preferred options, that can have the connotation that it's council's preference to implement these options. And it's not our preference to implement these options, it's our preference to have feedback on these options.
So council, how about we do this? Why don't we just have the corporate officer read back the motion as amended that we're about to vote on, and that will make clear what we're doing.
Okay, so the question is being called on the original motion as amended, and that is that staff be directed to notify all Bay Road residents and Harbour Road businesses of the proposed changes. Option A, All Bay Road, no parking from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Resthaven to Bowden. Option B, All Bay Road, no parking anytime on the curved sections near Eden Place. And option D, Bowden Road, time-limited parking south of All Bay on one side, and request written feedback within 3 weeks of sending the notice.
Thank you. Do we have, is any further clarification required on the motion as amended that's before us? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed, motion carried. Thank you very much. We are next on to the agenda item with reference to the sewer utility rate structure review, and I believe we have a presentation from Ms. Chen. Welcome.
I think it's open.
Good evening, Ms. Chen.
Good evening. All right, well, thank you very much, Chair, Mayor, and Council, for this opportunity for us to share the work that we've been doing on our sewer utility rates review. So there is a detailed report on the agenda on this topic, but we know that it contains a lot of dense material. So the goal for this presentation is to help clarify the key information contained in that report and more clearly demonstrate the rationale for our proposed changes as well as the intended outcomes. So here's the plan for the next little while. We're going to set the stage by reviewing why we need to undertake a sewer rates review. Then we're going to take a slight detour to water and look at the state of that utility back in 2020 at the outset of its rates review, and look at how things have really improved for that utility since we adopted the new rate design there. And as we will see, there have been some really great positive changes, which is why we're calling it a success story. Then we're going to go back to sewer and talk about what are the challenges there with our current rate design, what are the changes that we're proposing, how those changes will impact customers, and very importantly, what the proposed changes will achieve in terms of financial performance for the sewer utility. And I look forward to answering any questions you might have at the end, but as I go, if there's anything that requires clarification on any of the slides, feel free to jump in at any time. Okay, so why are we all here still this evening talking about sewer rate design? Well, I think it's for a very good reason, a very important reason, which is that we want to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the utility so that we continue to operate a well-functioning, reliable sewer system to help protect public health and the environment. And in the context of this rate design, we achieve financial sustainability by ensuring two things. One is revenue sufficiency, meaning that we collect enough revenues to cover our costs. And second is revenue stability, meaning that we have a structure for our revenue that aligns with our cost structure in terms of the proportions of each that are fixed versus variable. So back at the end of 2020, we undertook a rates review for the water utility, and Council approved a new water rate design that was brought forward at that time. And as we embark on a similar journey for the sewer utility, it is worthwhile spending a few minutes to review the financial state of the water utility back then and look at what the impacts have been of the new rate structure over the last 5 years. Because we will be applying many of the same principles for the sewer rates review. So let's take a detour to water with the concept of revenue stability and revenue sufficiency in mind. So in terms of revenue sufficiency, the question of are we collecting enough revenues? So this gray line shows the town's water utilities accumulated surplus balance as a percentage of revenue for about 15 years leading up to 2020. The two dotted orange lines show our policy ranges for accumulated surplus. And as we can see, we were not collecting enough revenues as the gray line was not trending in a good direction. And in fact, this red line shows the original trajectory for the surplus balance. So clearly something really needed to be done. Now, by the way, these water slides that I'm showing were the same slides that we used back in 2020 when we looked at the review then. So if this looks familiar to some members of council, that would be why. Okay, so the good news story here is really this blue line, which shows how that surplus balance has actually performed since we adopted the new rate structure in 2021. So the new rate structure has helped to ensure that we collect enough revenues as the water utilities accumulated surplus balance has really recovered over the last 5 years. So this is the operating side of things. Now onto the capital or infrastructure side of the story. So the issue here wasn't necessarily or wasn't only that we were not collecting enough revenues. The bigger issue is that we were not transferring all of the infrastructure levies that we were collecting, or the parcel taxes, to reserves. So the dark blue line here shows our infrastructure levy. The dark orange line shows the amount that was being transferred to reserves, and we can clearly see that there was a gap between the two. But over the last 5 years, we corrected this gradually by increasing the level of reserve transfers, matching it to our levy revenue as of 2025. Now, on to the question of revenue stability. So does our revenue structure align with our cost structure? This graph here, this bar, shows the split between fixed and variable on the cost side of things for the water utility. This next bar shows the split in water revenues before 2021. And as we can see, there was clearly a gap there. This third graph shows our current mix of fixed and variable revenue for water under the new rate design. There's nearly perfect alignment. So looking at these three graphs showing that we've had a recovery of our surplus balance, we've matched our reserve transfers with our infrastructure levy, and aligned our revenue structure with our cost structure, I think it's evident why we're calling it a success story here for water. And with the experience of developing and implementing the new rate design for water, we undertook a sewer rates review applying the same principles, methodologies, and practices. Any questions up to this point? Okay, moving on. So to reiterate, the primary objective of undertaking this review is to develop a rate design that ensures financial sustainability by achieving revenue sufficiency as well as revenue stability. So before discussing rates in more detail, I think it's also useful to spend a few minutes considering the two basic benefits that users derive from the sewer utility. So first is the obvious one, wastewater treatment. And for the town, this function is managed through a sub-regional unified treatment plant operated by the CRD. Now, while many of the treatment costs for the operator is likely fixed, the cost to the town is correlated with the volume of wastewater processed because those costs are allocated to us based on flow. It is worth highlighting, though, that costs are allocated to us on an annual basis based on prior year flow. So while there is a correlation between volume and cost, the strength of that correlation is not quite as tight as it is with water, which has a much closer relationship between current period cost and current period volume in terms of bulk water purchase. Now, nevertheless, recognizing that there is this extra layer of complexity, for our rate setting purposes, it is more appropriate to consider this treatment cost as a variable component of our cost structure. So the next or second benefit that users derive, which is less obvious, I think, is system availability. So the town also operates and maintains a system of sewer mains and pump stations that collect wastewater for delivery to the sub-regional system. Costs are incurred for things like system repairs, maintenance, staff training, equipment, customer billing, just to name a few. And these costs are largely fixed and are necessary to ensure that the system remain available. Each property connected to the system derive value from having a well-functioning and reliable system regardless of their discharge volume, and therefore they should contribute to ensure adequate system availability. And these concepts are going to come back a little bit later as we get further into our discussion about rates. All right, so here's a refresher for everyone of our current rate structure with two components, the infrastructure levy or parcel tax and user fees. Here are the rates for 2025. So the infrastructure levy is what we collect on our annual tax notice, and it's intended to cover the cost of asset renewal. The user fee collected on our quarterly utility bills are intended to cover the cost of operations, both the fixed and variable components that we just talked about on the last slide. And broadly speaking, this two-part structure remains sound in an effective rate design. One more thing I'll point out here is that because we can't measure sewer flow directly, we do use water consumption as a proxy for sewer volume. This necessitates an adjustment in the summer periods to account for water that's used outside, like gardening, for example, that don't go into the sewer system. So that is another layer of complexity to sewer rate setting compared to water. All right, so what is the challenge with our current rate design? Well, let's consider this question again in the context of revenue sufficiency and stability. So first, are we collecting enough revenues? On the operating side, this graph shows the level of annual surplus or deficit. And as you can see, we've been incurring annual deficits for a few years now, leading up to 2025. This graph shows the accumulated surplus balance as a percentage of revenue, with the two blue dotted lines indicating our policy range. And as you can see, we're now currently right below our policy minimum. What's more interesting is if we look at the two graphs together, what we can see there is that in the earlier years, keeping rates relatively low and incurring a deficit was likely by design, since we had a very strong accumulated surplus balance. But in the later years, that changed. Continued relatively low rate increases in conjunction with ever-increasing costs and unpredictable volumes has led to continued annual deficits and an accumulated surplus balance that has fallen below policy minimums. So a large rate increase was approved in 2025 to start rectifying the situation. And although our year-end results aren't totally final just yet, things have definitely turned around in 2025. So the implication of this for the rates review is that we're at a better starting point here for sewer than we were in water when we started that rates review. On the infrastructure side, well here, once our asset management plan is completed, that's really going to provide the best information on whether or not we're actually collecting enough to ensure sustainable asset renewals. But all indications so far is that most likely we're not collecting quite enough. But the more important thing here, though, is that for the purpose of this rates review, we're not actually transferring all of our infrastructure levy revenue right now into reserves. So similar to the graph I showed for water, the dark blue line shows our levy, the dark orange line shows our transfers, and as you can see, there is a gap between the two, and a similar situation existed on the water side. And the proposed changes we're going to talk about here for sewer will address that gap. All right, now let's consider revenue stability. Does our revenue structure align with our cost structure? So here's what our cost structure looks like. About 30% of our operating costs on the sewer side is fixed. Here's what the split of our revenue looks like. As you can see from the very small blue part, hardly any of our revenues is currently fixed. The red piece that you see on the far right, that's the contribution from the infrastructure levy revenue that's not currently being transferred to reserves. So the key takeaway here is that the sewer utility has a significant share of costs that's fixed, but revenues are largely variable. That setup makes the sewer utility financially vulnerable to fluctuations in usage. And again, the water utility faced the same challenge at the outset of its rates review. All right, so what is the solution now that we've talked all about the problems? Well, I think this is a good time for us to acknowledge that no rate design is ever going to be perfect. This quote from a professional rate setting manual speaks to that point well, I think. That rate design is a function of diverse and sometimes competing objectives. So no one rate structure can meet all of those objectives equally. Recognizing this limitation, we aimed with our proposed new rates and our new rate design or our new rate structure to achieve a few things, including minimizing the impact of the change to our customers. Now, as with any change, there will be impacts. Some users will pay more, some users will pay less. This is a function of whether or not they're currently paying for the cost of service they receive. And that leads to the next point, which is that we want to have a rate structure as much as practical that is fair and equitable, which means users pay for the cost of service they receive. We also want to ensure we have a structure that is reasonably easy to understand, explain, and also administer. So with those things in mind, let's take a look at our proposed changes. So remember I mentioned earlier that the two existing components of our rate structure, the infrastructure levy and the user fees, that they're still relevant for an effective rate design. So we're retaining these two components, and what we're changing is how each part is structured. So for the infrastructure levy, two changes are being proposed. And again, keep in mind that the infrastructure levy is intended to cover the cost of asset renewals to ensure that we have a system that is available for use when needed. So the first proposed change is to equalize the strata and non-strata rates. Since all users benefit equally from availability, they should pay the same rate. The second change is to ensure that all of the infrastructure levy that we collect is transferred to reserves. Now the consequence of this is that less of that infrastructure levy is going to be available to fund operations, which has an impact on user fees. We have to raise more user fees to maintain our operations. So this is something that we're going to be phasing over a 3-year period so as to minimize the impact on the user fee side. So in terms of proposed changes for the user fee, also 2 changes there. First is the introduction of a fixed charge per unit intended to cover the fixed cost of operations. And from that earlier slide, you'll remember fixed charges for us means the town's directly incurred costs to maintain and operate the sewer collection system. And again, these costs are incurred to ensure our collection systems remain available for use in a well-functioning, reliable state, which benefit all users equally, and so all users should contribute equally to paying for that cost. Second is the introduction of a volume-based variable charge intended to cover the variable component of our cost structure. And again, from that earlier slide, that refers to what we pay for wastewater treatment to the CRD. And since treatment cost is correlated with volume, those who use more should pay more. And with these changes, we will have a sewer rate structure that mirrors what the water utilities new rate structure looks like. All right, so this is how the proposed new rate design actually looks in terms of the numbers and how it compares to our existing rate structure. The infrastructure levy is being equalized across property types. On the user fee side, the minimum charge is being replaced by a fixed charge per unit and then a variable charge that is purely based on volume. Any questions at this point?
No, please proceed.
Okay, so next we're going to look at how the proposed changes impact our customers, and the focus of that discussion will be on the user fee side of things, because the impact or the change for the infrastructure levy is pretty straightforward, and it is discussed in more detail in the staff report. So how are these changes going to impact our customers in terms of what they pay on the quarterly utility bill? Well, here we need to keep in mind that a user fee increase is necessary to keep pace with rising costs and to rebuild our accumulated surplus balance. So the question or the comparison is really between the proposed new rate structure and simply increasing rates under our existing structure. And for context, simply increasing rates under the existing structure means a rate of increasing the rate to $11.15 per 1,000 gallons from $10.70, which is what they were in 2025. Now, it is very important, I'm going to reiterate this very important point, which is that simply raising the rates does nothing to address revenue stability. And remember, revenue stability is one of the two pillars that help us ensure financial sustainability. And in fact, simply raising rates under our existing structure creates a greater disconnect between our cost structure and our revenue structure. So here's a table that's going to outline some of the key differences between the two alternatives. One important difference is that if we retain the same rate structure, then everyone pays more because we're simply raising the rates. With the proposed new rate design, some customers will pay more, some will pay less. And this is a function of the fact that under the new rate design, users will pay an amount that is closer to the cost of service they receive. So those who are paying more than that right now will see a decrease. Those who are paying less than that right now will see an increase. The end result is that all customers will pay an amount that more closely reflect the cost of service they receive. We also try to balance the change in a way that minimizes impacts to individual users. So although the median increase is a little bit higher under the new proposed rate structure, the most severe impact, or the largest increase any one customer will experience, is much smaller under the new rate design. Okay, so now having considered customer impacts, let's zoom out and look at the bigger picture again. So what will these proposed changes achieve in the context of financial sustainability through revenue sufficiency and stability? Here we're going to revisit a few graphs that we looked at earlier. So here's one that shows our annual surplus and deficit. What we're projecting is for 2026 to be a break-even year with growing annual surplus in the following years to help rebuild the accumulated surplus balance to within surplus levels by 2030. On the infrastructure side, the levy revenue will increase gradually, the dark blue bar, but more importantly, the amount of the reserve transfer, the dark orange bar, will increase more quickly to match the levy revenue by 2029. And this is needed to help us get closer to a more sustainable level of funding for asset renewals. What the new proposed rate structure is really going to help us with is improved revenue stability. So this is the same graph I showed earlier. It was stacked horizontally when I showed it before, and now it's just turned vertically, so we have some more real estate to show some more years. Right now, as we can see, there's a significant mismatch between our revenue structure and our cost structure. A lot more costs are fixed compared to revenues. Under the new rate design, we're going to see a gradual increase in the proportion of revenues that will be fixed and a gradual reduction in the level of the infrastructure levy that's funding operations. So smaller of that dark red piece. And then we're going to reach a much closer alignment by 2029. So just to summarize again, the proposed new rates and new rate structure will help us ensure we collect enough revenues to cover cost, resulting in a recovery of our accumulated surplus balance. We're going to transfer more of our infrastructure levy to reserves for asset renewals, and we're going to help us align our revenue structure with our cost structure, making the sewer utility less vulnerable to fluctuations in volume. So this is the bulk of our presentation. As I mentioned in the beginning, I know there's a lot of dense material here and in the staff report. I hope this has helped clarify some of that information and more clearly demonstrated how the proposed rate structure will help move us towards the ultimate objective of financial sustainability, which we achieve through revenue sufficiency and stability. And I'm going to repeat myself here again, that revenue stability only improves under the new rate structure. So, back in 2020, we made similar changes for the water utility, and that really turned out to be a success story, as you can see from these graphs. So hopefully in a few years, we can share a similar outcome for the sewer utility. That's the goal, is that for these projections to be realized. For a couple of reasons that we mentioned in the staff report and I touched on here, we know that the sewer utility is just inherently more complex than water. So if the proposed changes are approved tonight, of course, staff will monitor its performance against our expectations very closely, and updates will be shared with council through our regular quarterly and annual financial reports. All right, now before I turn to questions, Just going to see whether our director has anything he wants to add or clarify.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. No, I think you've covered it incredibly well. I'm here to answer any questions that council might have, but I have nothing to add at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Hisik. Ms. Chen, it was somewhat of a familiar, informative format, yet refreshing. So thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
That's the feel we were going for. Excellent.
I'd like to turn to council colleagues to see if there are any questions on the staff report. I'll start with Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you. Ms. Chen, thank you for an excellent presentation. Yeah, there's a lot of information from the report, but I understand the need for this and what we're doing. One question I just wanted to clarify my understanding on is, I think you mentioned in the presentation, and maybe it's in the report as well, I think, that one of the differences is that we previously had different rates for single family versus multifamily buildings. And so is my understanding correct that we've decided that whether it's single family or multifamily, in terms of the infrastructure, at least, that everybody would now be paying the same amount?
So through the chair to Councillor O'Keefe, yes, you're absolutely correct. It is the infrastructure levy that previously had different rates between strata properties and non-strata properties, and we're proposing to equalize that now. The infrastructure levy on the water side is the same for both types of properties, and the logic or the rationale is that these costs really go towards ensuring adequate asset renewal to maintain our system, to ensure that it's available for use when needed, and all users benefit equally from that availability. If you're a heavier user of the system, you pay more on the volume side, but having the system being available for use in a well-functioning, reliable state has value to everyone, whether you live in a single-family house or you live in a condo.
Right, yeah, thank you for that clarification. And so when we talk about, when you mention some users will pay more, some less, are we anticipating then that it would likely be those folks living in multifamily dwellings that might see a bit of an increase than what they've paid in the past on the levy?
On the infrastructure levy, correct. So this change does mean for this year there will be an increase for strata properties because they used to pay a lot less than single family properties, and then for single family properties they will see a decrease this year.
Okay, and this will come into effect as of when, if you could refresh my memory on that?
Yeah, sure. So the infrastructure levy, because we levy it on the annual tax notice, it would be effective for the 2026 tax year. So that would show up on the tax notice folks receive towards the end of May. The user rate increases or changes that we were looking at, that would come into effect if approved in the first quarter of 2026, so in the current period, but the billing for that doesn't happen until the beginning of April.
Okay, and I guess the reason I'm asking is I'm not sure how stratas are billed, whether, I remember we had some talk about individual water metering for strata units versus 1 meter for the whole building, and how much of a surprise might this come to them, or do they need to do any forward planning in order to make adjustments for the increase?
Yeah, so that's a good question. You know, we get questions from stratas at the beginning of every year wondering about rate changes for their budget planning purposes. And typically we don't have those rates adopted by council until around March every year. So this is, the magnitude of the change really depends on how the accounts are set up and the amount of usage that they currently have. So this may not be a very severe increase necessarily for stratas. So hopefully they have processes in place to manage this change that they experience every year, whether we change the rate structure or not.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Keith. Looking to colleagues, see if there are any further questions. Councillor Duncan.
This is not really a question for Ms. Chen. I think it would probably be more for our communications about how this will go out when the notifications go out to residents that it will be changing. But I didn't know about the option of installing a dedicated irrigation meter, but I mean, never had an in-ground irrigation system. And so I'm wondering if that just kind of a reminder that residents could look at that option as the rates change could be added to the notice when that went out, just to bring that to more people's attention as they're looking at ways to save money if the rates are going to go up.
Yeah, certainly that's something we can include. There have been other questions around how users would become aware of this change, and we're happy to do something that we did similar to the water side when that change occurred. We included something like a half-page or one-page extra insert with the first bill, just explaining the change. I believe we also back then had a part of our water and sewer rates page on our website that had some information on the change with a link to the staff report and the presentation. So we can do something similar and then include a blurb or some information about the availability of installing a dedicated meter. That's not a problem.
Great,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duck.
I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Thank you. I'll just check online. Seeing no further questions online. Councillor Duck.
I so move that the proposed sewer utility rate structure and accompanying rates be approved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Duncan. Any motivation, Councillor Duck?
Only to say thank you, Ms. Chen. That was a tremendous presentation and very informative. And I hope that people take the time when they do watch this presentation online, that they get the same information we got. I think it was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan? Nothing further? Any further deliberations on this matter? I'll call the question on the motion. All in favor? None opposed. The motion is unanimously carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Chen. Council, next item is 13C, monthly building permit report, which is circulated for information. Any questions for staff on the report? Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. On page 2, looking at 9601 Fifth, 9601 Fourth, and 2436 Ocean, those were all approved together. And I'm noting that one expiry date is to be determined. And I noticed the house is for sale. So is it been pulled or?
Thank you. Through the chair, no, the application was not pulled. They're all approved by council. The two 9601 Fourth and 2436 Ocean were recommended for approval with no conditions. 9601 Fifth, APC did have some conditions on there about redesigning a couple elements of the site. I can report out that that's been completed, so we are in the process of registering that. So yeah, that one just took one more step to finish.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Looking at colleagues, any further questions? Seeing none. Councillor Keith.
Thanks. Through you to staff, just on the small scale monthly the SMOO report. I'm wondering, as time goes on, would we see information on there similar to what we see with the other developments? And I guess what I'm looking at is year-to-date numbers, like how many of these get approved over time?
Thank you. Through the chair, this was something that was added to the report last year upon request by council. It will indicate building permit application or building permits that have been issued for developments that are associated with the new small-scale multi-unit housing legislation. So this would be the 3 and 4 plexes. As building permits are approved, they would go here. The intent is not to be like the previous page 2 of the report, which shows permits approved by council that don't yet have a building permit. This page here, page 3, would show what does have a building permit to be built.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Duck.
Yes, depending on how much we discuss item 14 on the agenda, we need to seek an extension.
Let's carry on and see if we need to do that. I would think it unlikely personally, but let's see how we do. Thank you. Without further ado then, correspondence, item number 14, proposal for volunteers to remove invasive species in parks. I don't know, staff, if you need to make any comments on this prior to having one of council either ask questions or move a recommendation. Mr. Edwards, do you have any comments before I proceed?
I don't have any comments. I think the recommendation is fine as stands. I do prefer that council, if they wish to pursue this further, to request a report. So,
thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to staff, if you could speak to, and I think the presenter spoken about the municipal insurance part of this aspect.
That's a good question. So through the chair to the councillor's question. So the Municipal Insurance Association, which provides our insurance, requires that all volunteers are under direct supervision by a town staff. And so we'd have to better understand what the operations might look like, and then what kind of impact that would have on our staffing needs to support the initiative. I can't speak to how other municipalities or local governments in the region are conducting this work, but I know that from my previous experience in another municipality that's an MIA-BC requirement.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tuck.
If there are no further questions, I'll put a motion forward.
Please.
That this be referred to staff for report.
Thank you. Looking for seconder?
Second.
Councillor Duncan seconds. Any motivation, Councillor Tuck?
No.
Councillor Duncan?
Very briefly, I think this is a proposal that came from residents that was very well organized in the way they reached out, the way they've started trying to check their boxes, and they seem to be really actually motivated to do this right, and exactly the way we would hope community groups would if they wanted to start something new and work in a public service. And so I kind of want to encourage that and make sure that we have the tools in place to support groups when they do that. And so having a staff report on this one, I think, will give us a better idea of the scope for groups like this and other groups that may come forward with similar types of requests, so we won't have to do that legwork later. Though I know it is another thing to add to staff's plate. Increasingly, we seem to get a lot of offers from people, residents, to run kind of public service things, and knowing better what might be required and what other groups are doing and why. Say North Saanich might have a group that does this, but things might be different in Sidney, will be very useful for us. So,
thank you, Councillor Duncan. Before going to Councillor O'Keefe, Mayor McNeil-Smith, I'm going to look for a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Do we need a time limit, or are we just extending it? Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Rintoul is opposed. Motion is carried. So let's continue. I have Councillor O'Keefe, followed by Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have reservations about supporting this for a couple reasons. First of all, I think it's great that they want to do this. I would be more compelled to support it if they had provided more details on specific areas of Sidney that are in danger of due to invasive species. So I really have no idea of how big an issue this is in Sidney. We have the Green Team come a couple times a year. They seem to do a good job. And I would expect that if staff thought that there were some of our parks that were in danger due to invasive species, that our staff would be bringing that to us and say, these are things that we need to look at and do. They have done that with Green Team. I haven't heard from staff that this is something that they think we need to spend more time on. So I'm also concerned about, putting additional workload onto staff for something that may or may not even be an issue. So,
Thank you.
they've got lots of other things to worry about. We've
So you don't
got
support the
budget
motion?
issues to worry about. So for those reasons, I'm inclined to not support a report at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Keith. Mayor McNeil-Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and I support this motion. I want to express appreciation to Ms. Thompson for taking the initiative to form a society, pooling and organizing community interest in this. It's been communicated in the past that we have limited resource to address invasive species and planting new trees in the community, although staff do plant a lot of trees. And we took a very positive initiative last term through the Parks Master Plan in initiating the relationship with the Green Team, which did bring, for the first time, new events, first three and then two events to the community. But we are limited in resource, and so this is an opportunity to explore whether the cost currently incurred with the Green Team can be more efficient with the community organization, appreciating that there's still information for staff to bring forward to us. I also want to thank the president of Friends of North Saanich Parks for taking the time and the initiative to come forward and speak to council and describe some of their successes that they've had over the past 9 years, which I've heard directly from volunteers in that organization as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McNeil-Smith. Councillor Duck for second time.
First time.
Did you have your hand up? First time? Oh, I thought you were the mover, sorry.
It's getting late.
I thought you were the mover. Were you not the mover?
Yeah, I didn't speak to it, which I
you
want
were
to know.
shy.
And just want to, again, thank for this. You can walk through any one of our parks and find invasive species very readily, both in ivy and blackberry vine. So I appreciate this group stepping up and doing that. And certainly we've had complaints from people that live on the upper side of Mermaid Creek, trying to get that cleaned up, and they have personally done that on their own, so they will certainly seek the support of this group. One thing I would encourage staff just to put out there, because there was a request that may come from them in grant and aid, is just to maybe look at tool sharing with North Saanich. The president of North Saanich Friends indicated that they're on a more of a management or process rather than a removal, so there might be some cooperative effort there that will save both groups money and result in better use of equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. Seeing no further comments, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry. Councillor Garnett. I thought you were really high-fiving me.
No.
Okay, Councillor Garnett.
I can do that. I can do that. Thank you, Chair. Failure on that one. No, I do support this this motion, and I, as somebody who's been a part of the multiple Green Team activities, invasive and tree planting, I can attest to the fact that this is an issue in many of our parks, and they speak specifically to Breathour and Quilcedar, Ray Creek, and as someone who walks through them regularly, I can tell you that ivy is amongst other things, is a real problem in there. So anything the community wants to get involved in to help us improve our parks is, to me, is a no-brainer, and it's a win-win for us. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I won't leave you hanging this time. There we go. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none. Motion is... Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Keefe is opposed. Motion is carried. We're moving on to correspondence for information. None of those items were pulled, so those are received by nature of being on the agenda. And I will look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Duck, seconded by Councillor Garnett. Thank you very much. All in favor?